No announcements? Make a motion to approve the minutes, anybody?
Second. Sorry, my mic's on now.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And report on council actions. Commissioner Rodriguez, are you around? Apparently not. Rodney will fill in, apparently.
So Commissioners, we've had two city council meetings since the last time we met because they wanted to do a makeup meeting to catch up with public hearings. As you know, you do quite a few. We had 7 on the agenda for tonight. They only typically do 4. And so it was a way to get caught up to do an extra meeting. So we've got quite a few that have occurred since we last met. The first one was a plat approval for Broadmoor Business Park, number 1, at 490 North Broadmoor Way, and that was approved. It was 5 lots in industrial subdivision. The next one was Spring Hollow Ranch, number 3, for an RS 8.5 subdivision with 66 single-family lots, and that one was also approved. Public hearings. The first one was a zoning map amendment from RP to IL at 512 North 39th Street for a warehouse building. That just got approved. Variance for a sign height right off of Karcher interchange. That was approved. Annexation and zoning at 1525 Southside Boulevard for utilities. That was approved. Another one for utilities at 1427 Southside Boulevard. That was approved. We had the Title VI updates. So this was for regulations for e-bikes and e-scooters and how we would handle that if we get any more requests for somebody providing those services to the city. And a little clarification on where they can ride. That was approved. Annexation and zoning to RS7 for Cayuse Meadows subdivision on Dooley Lane, 826 Dooley Lane. That was approved. That one was for 18 residential lots. A variance to create 2 substandard lot sizes. That one was approved. A vacation of right-of-way to allow for better access to a property right on the top end of 11th Avenue and right next to Snake River Elementary School. That one got approved as well. And then an annexation and zoning to RS7 at 2307 Lone Star Road for city water utility services. That one was approved as well. The ordinances that were read was an annexation and zoning ordinance for road right-of-way. That was all those different roads that we were annexing into the city, the little portions of road all across the city. There was a de-annexation along with that, and that one was also approved. There was an annexation and zoning to RP for the Maple Leaf subdivision off of Stam Lane. That was approved. Annexation and zoning to RMH for Gateway number 2 and a vacation for Gateway number 2 right off of Garrity and Stam, and that was also read that evening. So those are all the items that were heard in the last couple of meetings. So.
Thank you. We have no business items for tonight, so since it's after 7 o'clock, we will move ahead with the public hearings. You all have been very good so far. You stopped just on time, and we're ready to go, but let me just go over the plan, how this kind of works. The developer, the person who wants to present something to us, will come up and speak. Then the city staff will give their presentation, tell us what the city side of it is, and then we will go through the audience with those that might be approving or disapproving or just want to make a comment. Please do not call out. Please do not speak until you're spoken to. And when you want to speak, you need to come up to the podium and you need to give us your name and address for the record. Any questions? Let's get started. The first item is a comprehensive plan amendment from commercial to medium density, residential to mixed use, and a zoning map amendment. Is the applicant here, and it's Providence Properties, Patrick Connor?
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Connor. My address is 701 South Allen Street, Meridian, Idaho. The project we're presenting tonight is Franklin Village North. This is 102 acres just north of Cherry of Franklin Boulevard, just north of the existing subdivision of Franklin Village. So, like was introduced, there are 4 action items in this land use request. The first is the comprehensive plan amendment to match the existing and the requested zoning for tonight. Second is the zoning map amendment to adjust the boundaries of the business commercial zone, RMH zone, and the RS6 zone to match these zoning districts. The third is the development agreement modification. Perfect, thank you. To update to the current code and the existing plan. And then lastly, the preliminary plat approval for the project. So first, here's a vicinity map. The subject property is shown with the blue star just north of Franklin Village. It's bordered to the south by Franklin Village, Ora Brandt Park to the south as well. And those are some other well-known sites around the property. So zoom in a little closer, the project is 102 acres just north of Franklin Village, which is about 99 acres. Here's just a shot of the Ora Brandt Park, which is a municipal park that was part of the master plan in this project. Maybe the first or second phase of the park has been completed with the parking lot and the playground, which we held our neighborhood meeting. So it's just some background history on this project. So in April of 2008, the site was annexed and zoned into the city limits. At the time, there's over 2 acres were zoned business commercial, 8.6 RMH, and 89 as RS6. There's a development agreement that was made in also 2008. And then about 10 years later, the owner of the property, Don Brandt, donated over 6 acres to a local nonprofit called Love Inc. And they're currently under construction on townhomes in that trapezoidal shaped on the left, which left a remainder of just over 2 acres of RMH zone in that triangle portion. That is part of the application tonight. So first, we're going to talk about the comprehensive plan and then the change that we're asking for tonight. So most of the project is medium density residential with the south west corner as commercial. When this project was zoned and annexed to into the city, there was a portion that was in the medium density residential, which was zone BC, as well as the corner there was zone RMH, which is more of a higher density residential use. In talking to the city staff, they recommended that we instead, to clean up this project and to match the comprehensive plan with the current zoning, that we ask for the entire area to be residential mixed use. With it being residential mixed use in the comprehensive plan map, it allows for the existing BC, RMH, and RS6 zones. Next, this is the current zoning map. Majority of it is RS6 with a corner of BC and then RMH. And working with the city and evaluating the project with our engineers, trying to fit our RMH, the townhomes, the fourplexes in that corner, we realized that we need to expand the area to make it work a little bit better, to make the larger area fit with more of an economies of scale. It provides for safer access and having a one access strictly for the fourplexes, which we'll get in later when we talk about the preliminary plat. But this does adjust the zoning boundaries for all 3 of these areas, RS6, RMH, and the BC zone, which you see here. So here's a shot of the preliminary plat. Majority of the project is a single-family residential. Largest lots are on the far east side of the property, which are all over 10,000 square feet. And then they gradually get a little bit smaller with the 50-foot lots by the commercial in the southwest portion. The overall density of the project is 4.22 units per acre, 3.7 in the RO6 zone, and then 11.8 in the fourplex area. There's a total of 346 lots. 303 of those are single family. There's 17 fourplex lots, 4 commercial lots, and then the common area. So here's a shot of where the different lot sizes are within the project. As I said, the pink lots are our large 75-foot lots, which are kind of our state reflection series. And then we have the 65, 60s, and the 50-foot lots shown in blue. So first I want to highlight the multifamily portion of the project. Like I said, there's 17 fourplex units with that. There's 4 units per building. Each building is on its separate lot for individual ownership for each building. This total of 68 units there. There's 136 parking stalls shown, common areas, pathways, a picnic shelter, and then the parking area and the driveway will be on top of the lots as a cross-access easement, similar to how we designed it in our Brownstone project, which is built out on Karcher Road. And also shown there are some renderings of this fourplex product. Here's some shots of our renderings of our the smallest homes that we have, 40-foot wide homes that we put on 50-foot lots, the 60-foot lots for greater wide lots, and this is our new reflection series, which we would place on the 75-foot lots. This is a product that we've been working on a lot lately, and we finally got these renderings. Actually, I got them yesterday from the printer. We're really excited about bringing this executive style home to Nampa. We think there's a lot of demand for this kind of larger, luxurious house on a larger lot, has higher ceiling plates, higher finishes, and the option for an RV garage, which I think most of us in this room would be envy of. Like I said, we've been spending a lot of time on our product and updating them with all different new features. A lot of features that we had as upgrades are now standard features, but there's architectural elements, covered porches, 3-car garages, more patio options. We have standard autonomous technology in homes, more options in the bathrooms and in the kitchen. This is a shot of the project looking at the amenities and the open space. Everything you see in red are the pathways within the project. We have 2 areas of pocket parks with 2 tot lots. There's a green belt along the east side of the project adjacent to our neighbors to our east, and then 2 areas of where we have covered picnic areas. Real quick, the overall residential, in the residential area, 15% of it is usable open space. And just for context, there is the municipal park located just south of the project, which is open for all the public, but the proximity to the project is extremely important for us. Lastly, development agreement modification that we're requesting tonight. The old development agreement includes kind of outdated code conditions that reflect an architectural review committee sponsored by the city that doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't reflect the traffic impact fees that we are committing to pay or specific utility improvements that the city's asked for us to do. So this modified development agreement would match the plan that I'm presenting tonight, match the code that we're complying with, making sure utilities go to and through the project, and then matches our traffic mitigation. Just a quick plug, right now we're finishing the Franklin Village Hero House, which is a home that we give up all the profits. We give up the profits as well as our trade partners give the profits to a series of local nonprofits. Last year we were able to give $54,000 to 7 different charities, and this year we'll be able to give even more. That home, I was told today, there's a few families that are looking to purchase the Hero House this year, and so that will close before the end of the year, and so there'll be a chance for us to give a kind of a big Christmas present to these local nonprofits at the Hero House in Nampa. So that concludes the presentation. Like I said, there's 4 land use actions on this project. We're excited to present it to you tonight, thank you for hearing me.
Quick question for the fourplexes, are those townhomes that will be individually owned with 0 lot lines? Is that what we're looking at?
No, so each building is on its own lot. So the unit, but each of those units would be rental units.
Okay.
But one person could own the building and then rent
You
it
could
out
just
to
buy the
4 tenants.
fourplex and then rent? Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir. And Doug, it looks like you're presenting for the city?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, Patrick, I'm a little speechless. I think you gave my presentation, so thank you. Appreciate that. So I'll try and fill in the gaps if there are any here to be filled, and try not to be duplicative in the report here. We'll skip through this a little bit. So just a little bit on the adjacent properties in which this is located. There are several subdivisions surrounding this property. Feather Cove is to the north, which are a standard subdivision. That's an RS 8.5, and they're lots appropriate to that size. And the Remington Acres and Cortland Place subdivisions are county subdivisions. They're in an enclaved area to the east, and they're larger lots, 1.5, 2 acre plus size lots. And then Sherwood Meadows subdivision, again, is similar to Feather Cove. It's an RS6 subdivision, and Coulter Bay is to the west of that RMH zoning on that side. So Patrick did a great job in explaining the details of the general property details. In context, in terms of the future land use map, there are several land use settings around this area: community mixed use, residential mixed use, some commercial and parks and industrial, all within a mile radius of this area. And this area is growing and an area in transition. There are utilities that will service the site, and that was confirmed by the engineering division in their communication with us. There is legal access as well off of Franklin Boulevard and Cherry Lane. On the different, 4 different elements in the comprehensive plan map amendment, there's really 2 findings. The second finding is probably the most applicable, is that whether an update to the future land use map is warranted. In this case, the residential mixed use will handle all the commercial, the high-density residential, and the single-family residential under one land use setting. The comprehensive plan requires that there be a cohesive design amongst all of those different elements within that land use setting. That's something that we'd recommend that the board or the commission look to this evening when they're looking at the design work of the preliminary plat. And then, of course, that residential mixed use would encompass the entire area, all 3 zones. In terms of the rezone, there are 5 findings. Those are standard findings for a rezone. You've seen them many times. They're in your staff report. If you do have any questions about them, I'd be glad to go over those with you. The change in the zone, it does, let me go back. So this is the area that was added, this section right here, changed from RX6 to BC and RMH. And as Patrick showed you, this is the new zoning proposal layout. The proposed layout per staff analysis is consistent, and again would be consistent with the residential mixed use land use setting. In terms of the development agreement modification, staff recommends rescinding the original agreement rather than modifying the current agreement. And then the new development agreement will contain a new preliminary plat, new legal descriptions, new zoning, and conditions as stated in the staff report. And that's our recommendation to you rather than the modification. In terms of the preliminary plat, so you've seen these graphics here, so I'll move through those. There are some changes to the staff report. They're noted here in blue. Between the time that you received the staff report and this evening, there were some modifications made to the preliminary plat. The number of RS6 lots increased from 300 to 303. And all of the other lot counts remain the same. But because of those changes, the density changes just a little bit. And so this is noting those changes here in blue. Just a little bit of change, not a whole lot. The density increased by 0.03 dwelling units per acre. That's the net density. And then the RMH stayed the same. And the overall combined density, again, increased by 0.03 dwelling units per acre. So again, it's not significant. In terms of the analysis of the plat itself, the reason that the lots on the east side are 10,000 square feet or larger is because of periphery requirements from the old code. The new code doesn't require those, but the old code does. And this was submitted under the old Chapter 27, Title 10 code. And so those periphery lots are larger than 10,000 square feet. The averaging is 8,010 square feet. 8,000 is required, so they met the lot averaging. And all the master lots demonstrate the required lot width as well. In terms of the RMH zoning district, the minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet for the first 2 units. And then every additional unit on that lot is 500 square feet. So the minimum lot size for a 4-plex building is 7,000 square feet. And the minimum proposed is 8,625, so they meet that minimum lot size requirement. The maximum building height is 65 feet without approval from council. However, because the RMH district is adjacent to residential districts to the north and will be to the west and to the east, the building height can only be 3 stories or 30 feet. Whichever is lesser, for a distance of 50 feet into the property from that abutting property. The applicant is proposing 2-story building, so that doesn't pose, at least per the proposal, doesn't pose to be a problem. In terms of the BC zoning district, there are no setbacks, and that can handle several land uses that would be typical in a commercial district. There's just some minor notes. The fencing is a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence that'll be surrounding the perimeter of the development. The open space is 15% of the residential acreage. There actually is no requirement for open space in the old code, but the applicant is they're conforming to the new code where there would be a 15% requirement for open space. And there are several elements that cover that. There's also going to be a right-of-way dedication required at the roundabout, future roundabout at Franklin and Cherry, and that's placed in the conditions, the right-of-way dedication that's going to be required for that. We did receive correspondence on this project. We received 12 emails from the public indicating opposition to this. Several, those were included in your staff report. Several of the letters that we received were concerned about traffic, the loss of ag land, concerns about police and fire response times, and impacts to because of the density and the fire risk of smaller setbacks in the infill lot areas, concerns about crowding, need for grocery stores in the area and more commercial, and potential for increased crime. The correspondence from agencies also in your staff report, there was generally no request. The police department recommends a 1.68 additional officers to maintain the current service levels for police. The fire department is asking for 1.143 firefighter positions to maintain that service level. The property is 0.6 miles from Nampa Fire Station number 3 with a response time of 4 minutes. Police department, they're out in the field, but the department is 3.9 miles away. The call volume in this area for police is 197 service calls annually. That's based on the current land uses in the area. The conditions of approval are also in your staff report. That we received these from the agencies. And then any additional conditions that the commission wishes to impose. And so with that, There are 4 motions this evening for each of the different items, and I would be glad to take any questions at this time.
Any questions, staff? Doug, I have one question. On the police report, they always recommend, 1 point something or point something new officers, but we never see if they actually hire these people. Do we know what the current rate is or the current force of the department versus what we should have? Is that available?
Commissioner Kehoe, it's been reported that we are actually on track with the other cities in the Treasure Valley as far as
Okay.
what our current staffing is. And I believe that they were approved in their budget to hire 12 to 14 more officers
Great.
this year, this budget year. I believe that's what it was. So
Great.
we are working on it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There's no other questions? Nobody signed up to speak in favor of the proposal. 3 have signed up opposed to it. 1 of them did not want to speak, and 2 of them were not sure whether they wanted to speak. So I have, it looks like Gina Williams, you were not sure. Have you changed your mind? You want to speak or don't want to speak? Okay, come on up and. Sure. If you'll state your name for the record and where you live.
Gina Williams, 17269 Cody Avenue.
That's the same as what you wrote down here.
Yes. I have never done this before,
Well, don't
so
worry about it. We've never done that either.
I guess we live in the Coulter Bay subdivision. And so, of course, it's very busy on Franklin Road there. And our concern was about traffic. It kind of sounded like what I heard is that they're going to put a roundabout in or something?
Yes, that was what he said.
Okay. And I guess it was mostly about the traffic. Also about schools. Is that ever considered, when you add so many homes, what do you do with, for the
The
schools?
school gives us a report as to how this particular project that's coming before us tonight, how it will affect them. And honestly, they almost always say, we can handle it.
Okay, yeah.
So
That was just kind
Whether
of-
they can or not, I'm not a teacher, so I really couldn't answer that. But if they got the report and they gave us an answer and they said they can handle it or they can shuffle them around to make it work.
So for the roundabout, they have done a study in regards to that will work and take care of the traffic on that road then?
They say, who they are, I'm not sure, but they say, traffic engineers, I assume, that it's actually quicker traffic moving with a roundabout than it is with lights. And in my
Yeah.
neighborhood, we have a couple close by, and I find that pretty much to be true.
And that's what we've understood too, yeah. There was something else I was gonna say. In front of a lot of these places, in that particular road on Franklin, it seems as though they do the sidewalks for in front of the actual subdivisions.
Right,
But
not the
then there's
neighbors.
places that are left absent. Is there anything that can be done for that?
We'll ask the engineer, because we get this question a lot, and the answer's pretty much the same, but sometimes he's got a little surprise in there for us.
Okay, yeah, all righty. Well, thank you.
Thank you. And did your husband want to speak, or did you take care of it? She took care of it, thank you. You did a great job. Mr. Engineer, what would you say about the question the lady presented to you? And the sidewalks.
Commissioner Kehoe, Commissioners, the city code requires the development to put in the sidewalk adjacent to their development, so fronting their development. It does not require them to do sidewalks off of that, mainly because the city does not necessarily have right-of-way for that. And the adjacent property owners oftentimes are not annexed into the city at this point, and so we don't necessarily have right-of-way for that either. And so we require them to do that, and as other properties develop, they will do theirs. And as city does widening projects and is actually purchasing right-of-way, we infill those sections that are not complete at that time.
Okay, so basically, it's when money is available or somebody wants to step up.
Yep.
If you have a question, you can come back after a public hearing, or you can answer it now. Either way.
I'm here.
Okay, at what point, because this is a very large proposed development, but at what point, when is the roundabout scheduled to go into Franklin and Cherry?
So Franklin and Cherry, Let me go back to there. The transportation master plan for the city calls for that improvement somewhere in the, let me find, 2023 to 2029 is the timeframe for that. We don't currently have that one under design. We are designing the one at Franklin and Birch currently and working on that one and the one at Karcher and Franklin. Both of those are under design currently. And so as we finish those and are able to construct those, we will evaluate the next priority intersections and complete those.
And that goes to the second part of that question, is at what point with a large development like this proposed for this area, how does that change the prioritization of an intersection?
So the prioritization on the intersections is done based on the levels of service. And as more development happens there are more vehicles and the level of service rises in the priority scheme.
So as much as we would want to be out in front of it, we just don't know until a proposed development starts going. And it could be a few years before this is built out anyway, so.
Correct, as well as the part of the funding that allows us to build new intersection projects for capacity is the impact fees that new development pays. And so we collect those impact fees and then build the projects. We're not able to build the project and then reimburse the impact fees. That's not the way that the state code is set up under that statute. So.
Anybody else have anything? And that's all the people that signed up. Did anybody change their mind? Do I hear a motion to close the public hearing? So moved. Oh, I'm sorry, rebuttal. Apologize.
I thought you wanted to rebuttal. Caught me off guard there for a second.
Commissioners, I just want to clarify one thing. We did do a TIS study for this, and the engineering department saw that. And so in your conditions, it specifies the different turn lanes that we need to add, as well as our proportional share that we're paying to that roundabout. And the way I understand it is it hits a certain level, the level of service hits that level and somewhere towards the end of the project and maybe the last phase. So at that point, that's when that proportional share check is due to the city. And so that's, as I detailed in the conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now I will propose the hearing for the closure. Motion for the closure. So moved? Second. Second, okay. Motion was made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a zoning map amendment from BC to...
Hold on.
Does it need to vote on?
Oh, didn't we vote?
Just,
Said yes.
Close the hearing.
Okay.
We need to discuss and
boy, way to move it along though, Steve.
Yeah.
We're gonna be out of here by 8 o'clock.
That was the goal. So all those in favor?
What?
Wait, we got 4 motions, Steve.
What?
No one's made a motion yet.
I thought we just did.
that was to close the hearing.
Close the public hearing.
I'm gonna go home. I'll come back in about an hour, okay? Gentlemen? Usually they're faster than this. They're slowing down for some reason.
Big project.
It is a big project. Very big. 2 days to almost read all this.
Quick question for staff. I was gonna ask this a little bit earlier, but you were moving along so quick. I didn't want to interrupt you. The development agreement, the recommendation is to rescind the one that is currently there and just do a new one. Is that just for expediency and just to clean it up, make sure we got a really good, clean DA?
That and some of the language in the old DA is outdated.
Okay.
And it's since been updated by the city attorney.
Oh, very good.
Yep.
Thank you.
So how would we handle that motion? Because it's not, I mean, we can
There are
approve or
four,
deny a development agreement modification. Do we just change it to, we're gonna recommend that they get rid of the old one and enter into a new DA with the city for this project?
Yes, Commissioner, we'll have, that's the third motion, so we'll bring that up on the screen when that.
Yeah, there are 4 motions to be made.
It is a big, large project, and I know we always hear traffic complaints, and I live in that area and drive it every evening, and I complain a lot to myself in my car when I'm driving home. But without an investment like this in the community, which pays a heck of a lot of impact fees toward the city to fix our traffic problems, we're not going to get anywhere.
Literally.
For that reason, I support the project, and if there's no other discussion, I'll take a stab at all these motions. Okay, so, let's see. I'll make the motion to recommend approval of the comprehensive map, or the plan map amendment. I need new contacts. All right, Mr. Chairman, I move that we recommend the approval of the zoning map amendment to adjust the boundaries of the BC, RMH, and RS6 single-family residential zoning districts.
Commissioners,
What? What
you're
did I
gonna
do?
need to go through the comprehensive plan first.
See, new contacts. All right. Can I do this again, or someone else want to go?
We'll give you another shot at it.
All right, Mr. Chairman, third time's the charm. I'll move to recommend approval of the comprehensive map amendment from commercial and medium-density residential to residential mixed-use designation at Franklin Village North subdivision for Patrick Connor representing Don Brandt with all conditions of staff.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. And the second motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we recommend approval of the zoning map amendment to adjust the boundaries of the BC, RMH, and RS6 zoning districts at Franklin Village North subdivision for Providence Properties, Patrick Connor representing Don Brandt with all conditions of staff.
Second.
It was 2 seconds. You got one, Karen? Okay. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries by the ayes, all unanimously. And the third one?
Mr. Chairman, I will make the motion to recommend approval of the development agreement modification by rescinding the current DA, creating a new DA that eliminates previous requirements related to design guidelines, minimum home sizes, in Article 6, use and building restrictions at Franklin Village North subdivision for Providence Properties, Patrick Connor representing Don Brandt, with all, doesn't have conditions.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Again, the motion carries unanimously. And the last one.
Mr. Chairman, move we recommend approval of the subdivision preliminary plat for a mixed-use development, Franklin Village North subdivision, for Providence Properties, Patrick Connor representing Don Brandt with all conditions of staff. And that's it.
Second.
Motions have been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Again, the motion carries unanimously. And that should handle the first one. After an extra 10 minutes. And the second item, public hearing tonight, is a zoning map amendment for BC to an RP for potential development agreement and a potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Diamond Peak Townhouses for Jake Woodward, representing Mark Eggleston, Mountain Star Partners, LLC. And he is here.
I'm here, yep. My name is Jake Woodward. Address is 2992 East Willow Creek Drive in Sandy, Utah. So thank you for being here tonight. This is kind of an unusual circumstance to find myself here because I guess this says that it was rezoned back in March. I actually think it was just a couple of months ago. But this property was actually zoned by mistake, in error. It was part of a Scrivener's error where it on the corner of 6th and North Side, there's a proposed Starbucks to be built, and they needed to get a zone change. I represent Starbucks in a couple of neighboring states. I help them do their site selection and develop their growth strategy. We identified Nampa as a city that where we wanted to build a store. So I selected this site, and we have a developer from an outside developer that came in to do the Starbucks, but needed that corner rezoned. And inadvertently, I'm buying the excess parcel of land from this developer to do my proposed development of 16 townhomes. But the zone change, the civil engineer wrote the legal description to include the property that I'm buying. So anyway, this went through and was rezoned inadvertently. So now I'm back to correct the error and have the zoning reverted back to the RP zone that it was initially intended to be. That's a little bit of background. I've never seen that happen before, but here we are. So I pled with the city that we just make the change. Everyone was on board with it being RP, but because it went through a public hearing, Scrivener's error does not hold weight, and the city the public was notified, and so we had to go back through the process to bring it before you tonight to request that it be rezoned back to RP so that we can move forward with our townhome project. I'm happy to answer any questions about the townhomes. What we originally planned on doing here was providing a housing product that we call, the missing middle. And the missing middle product type now is, it's an affordable option for housing. I'm a dad with teenage kids and soon to be adults, and I look at our housing markets, especially here in the western states, and all of us have benefited from rising house prices and home prices, and I start to think, how are my kids ever going to afford a house, or how are they ever going to afford an apartment with these rising prices? So this is a product type that is kind of a stepping stone for people that want to get into some affordable housing, but this is a beautiful product. We have taken a lot of pride in what we've designed, and we're excited to bring this to Nampa. I think it's a product type that's needed here. So we expect this to be, occupied by young professionals, maybe young families. So anyway, I don't know what else to say about it, but we're excited to bring this before you guys and happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the applicant? We'll let you know if we have any later.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And staff, Parker, let's see, who we got tonight?
It's me. Parker's out.
Oh.
Congratulations to Parker. They had a baby last week,
Oh.
so we will be covering for him.
That's a
Okay.
good excuse.
It's a good excuse. Thank you, Commissioners. The action requested from you this evening are the recommendation of approval or denial of the zoning map amendment from BC to RP and the preliminary plat for Diamond Peak Townhouse subdivision at 6th Street North. This property is within the city limits and is currently zoned BC through an error in the legal description, as he relayed to you. I won't go through that again. This area is a combination of zones. There's BC, RP, RMH, RML, and ILRS combo, with all kinds of things, including multifamily housing and a number of commercial uses. The applicable regulations for the rezoning process is in your staff report. As Doug stated earlier, it's all stuff that you've heard before, so these are the regulations you'll need to use when making your decision. These are the various applicable regulations for the zoning and the permitted uses within the RP zone. We did receive correspondence from the building department, code compliance, CenturyLink, the fire department, and the engineering division. They were all their standard comments, and all of those comments are attached to your staff report. So the comprehensive plan shows this as medium-density residential, but it is contiguous to community mixed use, which can be stretched onto this property, and it encourages a mix of commercial and multifamily uses, which would bring in the Starbucks and the townhouse uses together. It is within the public interest to provide this variety of housing type. The schools that are associated with this are not within walking distance. Columbia High School is 4.6 miles away. East Valley Middle School is 5.4 miles away, and Snake River Elementary School is 1.9 miles away. So for the plat itself, in the RP zone, all master building lots shall meet or exceed 6,000 square feet for the first 2 units of a structure, and 1,350 for each additional unit added to that structure. This one is proposing a 4-unit building, a 5-unit building, and a 7-unit building, all of which will be divided into single-family townhouses. All master lots demonstrate the required areas as listed up here on your screen. They all demonstrate the required lot width. The right-of-way for all the streets surrounding this has already been dedicated. The landscape plan was submitted and reviewed by the city forester with no requests made. A 25-foot landscape buffer will be required along north side and I believe along 6th. I believe it's on both sides. No parking will be allowed in that landscape buffer. The proposed plat indicates 29% open space. A portion of that will be in the landscape buffer. Amenities here are not specified, so that might be a question to ask the applicant when he comes back. The recommended conditions of approval are listed in your staff report, and if you would like to impose any others, we will certainly add that to the list, and there is your potential motion for the rezone. And we included the recommendation for the preliminary plat as well, so you only need to make one motion because you'll be recommending the whole package to City Council.
Christie, could you go back to like the second or third slide where it shows the map of that property? Keep going all the way back. Yeah, so the boundaries of that property extend out into Northside Boulevard. What is that chunk?
So typically, a legal description for a rezone or even an annexation will go out to the center line of the road. So that's what this is indicating. And so if we were looking at an old map, this would have been RP in this shape, and it just inadvertently got added.
Any other questions? Christie, where is the Starbucks going?
If you can see my arrow here, it's in this triangle right here.
Oh,
It'll be
okay.
right here on the corner.
All right. Just want to make sure I can get in and out easy. Okay. Apparently, you all must be in favor of this because nobody has said they're opposed to it and nobody's wanting to think about it and nobody said they really were wanting to go to Starbucks. So, anybody want to bring the applicant back up to discuss anything else?
The applicant raised his hand.
Already? Is that okay? You betcha. This is your show.
Sorry. Yeah, there is one thing, actually, Christie, that I wanted to ask about. On the recommendation for conditional use, the conditions of approval, the one thing that I did want to point out is that you know, in this development, if you can go to the slide that shows our, that shows the site plan, yeah, that would, yes, right there. So if you look at conditions of approval, number 9, it says a 25-foot landscape buffer shall be provided along 6th Street North, which shall contain no parking and installed per code, essentially. We designed this to actually have 2 parking stalls in that setback, partly because again, these are going to be 2-car garage. Each unit will have a 2-car garage, but we wanted to provide as much surface parking as possible for like visitors or you know, whoever, excess parking. So you can see we have 3 parking stalls down towards lot 104 and 105. And then we've got 2 other additional stalls at the bottom, but we also show 2 stalls along north side. And so I know code states that we can't have that, but we'd love to get an exception to that. We just think it makes, you know, more sense to provide surface parking so that people don't park in the alley and, you know, they don't park where they're not supposed to. So I just wanted to point that out, that I'd love to have that condition removed. And if we go through this and ultimately staff just, you know, says no, then that's fine. But as part of the conditional approval, I'd like to have that removed.
So any waivers that are requested need to be requested from city council. So we can
Okay.
certainly carry that forward. If you want to send me a formal
That'd be great.
request, then we can take that on to them.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, if that's the way we do it, that'd be great.
That's why I asked the question about the Starbucks, because I mean, it's going to be a drive-through right up there,
Yeah, there will be a drive-through.
but not there. Those
Not
2
there.
park spaces, yeah.
Not there. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other
I
questions?
think you're done.
All right. Thank you.
Nobody want to speak? I hear a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Motion been made to close and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So, Christie, you said we can combine the 2 motions into one?
Yes, they are already combined there on the screen for you.
Oh, okay. I'm looking in the book. So your work got cut in half, gentlemen. Only have to make one.
That condition, the condition for those 2 parking stalls would need to be added to this motion as a recommendation to city council.
If that's the way you'd like to word it, that can certainly go along with it.
What do you guys think?
Either way, they'll get the message.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have the cars parking in designated stalls than on the street or sidewalk or somebody else's driveway. All right, I'll make a motion to recommend approval to zoning, of the zoning map amendment from BC Community Business to RP zoning district. The potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Diamond Peak Townhouses at 7/6 Street North. And also include in that recommendation in the buffer, in the landscape buffer on 6th Street North, to add those 2 parking stalls within that landscape buffer as part of the recommendation. Otherwise, all of the other conditions listed in the staff report. For Jake Woodward, who is representing Mark Engstrom and Mountain Star Partners. That's it.
Second.
Did you catch who seconded it, Karen? Okay. Motion is made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, the third item is another annexation and zoning to RD. And a potential development agreement subdivision preliminary plat for Magnolia Estates for Trilogy Development, and representing Corey Barton and Melody Barris? How do you pronounce that?
What was that?
How do you pronounce that? Melodies Barris or Barris?
So that's the owner, so I'm Jerem Wagner.
Oh, okay. You're good enough then.
Okay, well, I'll take it.
Make sure you get your paycheck, that's all.
That's right, that is right. Okay, so appreciate being before you again tonight. It's great to see you all. I should have submitted all my applications at once, but this way I gotta see Christy 3 times in a row rather than just once, so it works
you
out
go.
good. So, but yeah, as you mentioned, this is a request for annexation and for preliminary plat for Magnolia Estate subdivision. Annexation is for 23.6 acres with an RD zoning. Preliminary plat is for 38 single-family lots, 14 multifamily lots. Common area, 2.7 acres, which equals out to 12.4% of the property. Includes a 10-foot wide pathway along Mason Creek and also a pickleball court centrally located within the development. And I'll kind of touch over this a little bit. So the annexation is 23.6 acres. The actual subdivision is just under 23 acres, just over 22 acres. And for the reason for that, if you'll notice on this, so this is what is being annexed, what is being shown right here, everything that's highlighted. That property, and you may have to help me out here, Christy, with your pointer, where the house is located. So that is not part of the subdivision. That is only part of the annexation. So we did not want to create an enclave parcel there that would be surrounded by city limits, but within the county, because obviously there's different rules and jurisdictions. So we felt it was more appropriate to bring the entire parcels into city limits. That way it's one governance, one rules. You're not getting the people to the north upset because they're doing county uses in that property, or the future tenants or future residents of this property upset on that. So thought it was best to bring everything into the city rather than leave an enclave that's just going to create issues for Nampa in the future. So that's why the annexation includes it all, but didn't see a need to have it part of the subdivision for that reason. So it'll remain, because it is a separate lot already, so it'll remain its own lot, not part of the subdivision. What did I do? There we go. So this shows the proposed preliminary plat for the subdivision. You can see on the north side is the residential, single family, which flows into the fourplexes down below the multifamily. As was mentioned earlier, the pickleball court is located centrally so that the single family residences as well as the multifamily will have easy access to that amenity, as well as the pathway, easy access to and from the pathway along Mason Creek. This is the landscape plan showing the proposed landscape for the property. As you can see, there's landscape along the roadways, along the frontages, landscaping within those common lots on the residential single family to the north, and an abundance of landscaping within the proposed multifamily on the south side of the property. As you can see, we did focus the majority of the landscaping within that multifamily, just obviously because it is more dense. The landscaping just helps to create a better environment for that and create what visually separation between those units. This is the future land use map for the property. It shows the property there in the center. The property itself, as well as all the surrounding areas, shows a medium density residential to which this zoning designation would comply. And these are just some pictures of the proposed houses that will be within the single family areas. And then this last one shows a proposal of what the multifamily will look like for that southern portion of the property. And that would conclude my presentation. I'll stand for any questions.
No questions? These will get back to you, sir. Thank you very much. And Christy, this another one of yours?
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. The action requested from you this evening is recommendation of approval or denial for the annexation and zoning to RD and the preliminary plat for Magnolia Estates subdivision located on the northwest corner of Ustick and Northside Boulevard. The property is currently under the jurisdiction of Canyon County, and it is within the impact area. You've already reviewed a property across the street and kitty corner on the southeast corner for this same zoning. To the north is RS7, which is the Kinghorn subdivision. To the south is still Canyon County single-family residential. To the east is the Heartland subdivision and the future Wood Poppy subdivision, if it gets approved by City Council. And to the west is Canyon County Ag land. The city engineer has indicated that water, sewer, and pressurized irrigation has adequate capacity to serve the property. The nearest fire station is 1.7 miles away with a 5-minute response time. and the nearest police station is 3.9 miles away. The applicable regulations for annexation and the findings that you will need to use in making your decision are in your staff report. Same goes for zoning. The correspondence we received is from the Building Department, the Parks Department, the GIS Division, the Engineering Division, and Police and Fire. GIS just recommended a name change for one of the streets, and the Engineering Division had their standard comments for development. Land uses in the area consist of mostly RS7 zoned city subdivisions with future requested RD developments to the west. The future land use designation is medium-density residential, which allows for the 2.5 to 8 units per acre. Excuse me, that's a gross measurement. The gross density proposed here is 4.24, so it does fall within that range. Again, in the comprehensive plan, NAMPA has determined that it is within the public interest to provide single-family residential development opportunities and other housing types. This is within the Valley View School District. Ridgeview High School is 1.32 miles away, not within walking distance. Sage Valley Middle School is 1.25 miles away, not within walking distance. East Canyon Elementary is directly across the street. It's 850 feet away, and I would hope that the kids would try to walk. According to plat requirements, again, we're looking at the old code. This was submitted prior to October 4th, so the old code applies. In the RD zone, all master lots must meet or exceed 7,000 square feet for single-family homes and for a duplex. Additional units would be 3,500 square feet per unit. Therefore, a fourplex would be required to have 14,000 square feet per lot. The smallest one proposed here is 14,014 square feet. So it is in compliance in that regard. The master lots do demonstrate the required lot width. There is a requirement for right-of-way to be dedicated, 50 feet of right-of-way from the section line of North Side and 50 feet from the section line of Ustick. An additional right-of-way at the intersection of North Side Boulevard and Ustick Road for a future roundabout, which was also required from the other two projects that you've heard recently. Landscape plan was submitted. The red lines were forwarded on to the applicant and will be addressed with the final plat submittal. There is a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence proposed around the perimeter of the majority of the development with a 5-foot open vision iron fence along the 10-foot wide pathway on Mason Creek. There is 2.7 acres of open space proposed and 6.2 acres of common area proposed in the 13 lots. These areas appear to include a pathway along Mason Creek, gathering space to be shared with the Kinghorn development as per the applicant to the north, a playground in the center of the fourplexes, a pickleball court, landscape buffers, and the storm drain areas. The Compass report indicates that there is a need for more jobs in the area, which are coming with that new industrial property that has been annexed to the southwest. Farmland is being consumed, although there is 1,417 acres of farmland within 1 mile of this project. The nearest public park is 2.1 miles away, and the nearest grocery store is 3.4 miles away. The conditions of approval are based on the comments that were received by the various agencies, and they're listed in your staff report, as well as any others that you might wish to impose. And this is your potential motion. I will stand for any questions.
I have a question about the school, since it's so dang close to this development. Would impact fees cover a school, a crossing?
So Commissioner Kirkman, I got this. Okay.
Daniel was ready to jump.
When Kinghorn and Heartland were approved to the north, we negotiated with Trilogy and the developer of Heartland at that time to actually install pedestals for crossings there up further north. So it'll get them across the street up further and closer to the school.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just hate to see those kids play Frogger trying to get across that street.
Nothing else? Okay. Again, the public is chosen not to make any comments on this application. You changed your mind? I couldn't hear you.
Can I bring up something
Yeah. You can sign up for this one. You betcha. Come up to the speaker and tell us your name and address.
I'm Tammy Allen. I'm at 2404 East Locust Lane. So I'm on the next project you're going to talk about. But did I
Okay.
hear this right, that the roundabout for traffic control on this one is also tied in with that huge one that you've already approved? Did you say you've already talked about the roundabout?
No, so
traffic?
there are two other subdivisions that we heard in previous public hearings to this
Oh, okay.
that are on the other two corners that are
Okay.
going on to city council. So
Okay, so-
between the three of them, they will create that roundabout.
Okay, so when is that roundabout scheduled to go in?
That would be an engineering question.
Just curious, because I know we've got traffic problems at our end of town too. And this is the opposite end of town, but I thought, well, just curiosity.
So much formality.
Commissioners, this intersection does not have a funding year in it. We just recently, at the last city council meeting, entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Canyon Highway District, the Nampa Highway District, and ourselves to update the corridor study for USTIC in this area to, which is a preparatory step to identifying funding for those intersections. There's also a significant amount of industrial ground that you may remember was annexed, and there are projects moving forward on that, that depending on those traffic impact studies on those industrial developments, may trigger that being done sooner, but we don't have a specific funding year on that today.
Okay? So there's no answer to your question, unfortunately.
So it's the same as that we're all talking
Need to come back up.
town.
This- You know, the COVID thing is,
So it's the same thing as on our end of town that we're all, this whole side speaking on, is that the city is putting the cart before the horse. You know, you're putting in 3 developments and maybe you'll get to a roundabout so these people can get in and out of that end of town. The other one that was just approved for a huge development, they got 8 years, up to 20, didn't they say 2029? Before you're gonna get those people out of that end of town, which is the same thing that we're dealing with on our end of town. I sit there at a 4-way stop sign, a quarter mile, stop and go, stop and go, stop and go, every single day, because they're gonna do a roundabout, I was told by engineering, somewhere in the future, when we get the money, that will be done in the future. But in the meantime, what are all these people doing? You're stopping and going, stopping and going.
ma'am, the best, okay. But we, as a commission, can't make changes to traffic patterns.
Well, I know,
City
but-
council can.
Okay, so
So
it's city
take the
council
question
that
to
we
city
need-
council meeting when it comes up to them,
Okay, but I'm just saying, you're gonna approve this one, and
more
it's
than
still
likely.
the same
I can't speak for the
old,
others, but
same old problem.
But there's
But
there's
Miss,
only a
there's-
couple options. I mean, basically, the city only has a finite income coming into
Oh,
it.
I know, it's kind
So
of
they
a,
can either raise taxes
right, you're
which
damned if
nobody
you do and
wants.
you're damned if you don't, basically.
and, or they let development happen and then they collect monies from that development. And then
Then
after
we-
that development's done, then they take that development money
Yeah.
as a pot. And you're right. I mean,
I'm just saying
sometimes
these-
decisions aren't exactly what I
Yeah.
personally would like to see, but
But these poor people are gonna wait 8 years to get a roundabout to get in and out of their.
And to
how many-
clarify
how
that,
many
it was
homes?
2023 to 2029.
Yeah.
So as that development's built and more people are in that area,
So
that
hopefully it'll get
escalates the
done.
importance
Okay,
and
well, I know we're-
Daniel's desk to
yeah.
go through.
Okay, I was just curious, because I don't know how this works.
No,
I just know
Right.
that it's a
Fair
mess.
question.
Well, it does seem like it is a catch-22 sometimes
Yeah.
that we find ourselves in, sitting at a 4-way stop wondering, but then again, you'll be sitting at a 4-way stop, or I'll be sitting at a 4-way stop for 8 years if development doesn't happen to pay for that improvements on that intersection. So, yeah, what you're saying does not fall on deaf ears, that's for sure. Because we're all in
Yeah,
it.
and these projects, you know, they pay a significant amount of
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure
impact
they do.
fees towards just streets.
I'm
You know,
sure they
there's
do, yeah, and you're gonna hear this again when it
Yeah.
comes up our.
police
agenda.
fees, fire fees.
Well, maybe we
street
can just
fees,
address it all now.
Utility fees, all this.
No, okay, thank you.
Okay,
We could,
thank you, ma'am.
Maybe we should like allocate some city budget to Powerball tickets.
Yeah.
If we win like a couple $100 million, we can go do some infrastructure projects.
Or $10 extra on every bill.
Okay, there's nobody else wanting to speak? We hear a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Nobody else wants to speak. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, motion was made and seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. You have anything you'd like to add back? Somebody like to make a motion? I can draw straws.
I'll make it. Move to recommend approval of the amendment or annexation of zoning to RD zoning district, potential development agreement, and subdivision preliminary plat for Magnolia Estate subdivision with 38 single-family lots, 14 fourplex lots, 13 common lots, and a right-of-way for a gross density of 4.24 and a net density of 8.44 on Northside Boulevard for Trilogy Development representing Corey Barton and Melody Barris with all conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
The motion was made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the next one. This is a continuation from the September 14th meeting, an annexation and zoning to RS7, single-family residential, 7,000 square foot zoning district, potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Fenway subdivision at 0 Alma Lane for Trilogy, Idaho. Sean, Mr. Brown is going to make the presentation.
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood is my address. Grateful to be here tonight and thankful to be able to address the concerns that engineering had. What we were to try and to address at that time was we'd received comments from engineering and they had talked about a mid-mile collector running down our westerly boundary. That they needed 40 foot of right of way, and that kind of impacted our site. When we started talking to them about that, they said, oh, it's on the east side. And that had less of an impact, and we were able to make that change. So this is what we originally submitted, and we've made a minor modification to that where we are showing right away along our common park space there on our east side for that right of way. And then we put in a landscape buffer that is required that would be required along a mid-mile collector. This is a unique piece of property. It has its jogs and ditches and everything else that make it kind of a challenge. This shows the change. I don't think I can.
It won't show up on.
I can't do a PowerPoint or a lined. Okay. So down there in the southwest, you can see the street that was added. Southeast. Right there. So we removed the cul-de-sac. There wasn't a need for a cul-de-sac if we could go in there and put a T-type turnaround at that location. We have go back. Part of the constraints that we have is on Alma Lane. Across the street, we have the New York Landing that came to you some time ago with a new plat. New York Landing that is in that upper part has stub streets that come out to Alma Lane. We basically have rebuilt Alma Lane that goes in between Southside and Happy Valley, right? And had to do that because we basically destroyed it with running sewer and water and bringing that into that area. In my neighborhood meeting, the neighbor in our northwest corner stated concern that having that road close to his property was difficult. So I did go back and I did talk to engineering. I talked with our people to try to move the road. We couldn't meet the offsets between that and the stubs that are coming out of the New York Landing property to make that happen. So we've proposed to put a landscape buffer on that side of the road, even though it's a local road, and try to buffer him as well as we can. He has an existing house that you can see here, and we're showing the landscaping, and he also has trees on that east side of his home. Then on the south side, we're quite a ways from his house, and we have 3 lots that abut him on that side. You've had numerous medium-density housing tonight. I thought that was really interesting. The gross density in those were 4 and above as a general rule, even that large one at Franklin. We're at 3. The medium density range goes from 2.5 up to 8, if I recall. So we're on the very bottom of that. We tried to do that on purpose. We're proposing 20% of open space with this plan, with having that large open space in the bottom. We've tried to accommodate that, and we have a variety of lot sizes that makes this kind of unique. We have some lots that are 155 foot deep. They're 50 feet wide. We have others that are 110 foot deep. It just depends on where they're located. The ones that are along the lateral that runs through the middle of the site, they have wrought iron fencing, and that's going to make those yards look a little deeper. But we think that we have a nice project, and I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Any questions, Mr. Brown?
You know, out of curiosity, because I know where this is located, but why the bigger lots and the lower density in this particular development as opposed to some of the others that Trilogy has done? Is it the area, where it's at, or?
It has something to do with that. I mean, in looking at where it was at, you know what was interesting, I think when I first came through with New York Landing early in the 2000s, this area was a large lot area, so we kind of thought about that initially and having that be a different product type. The comp plan changed and made this a medium density, and then you go down another half mile and then they become large lot. These aren't real large lot. I mean, we still have 7,000, above. We exceed any of the minimums that we're required to. We're under the old code, and yet we're 8,003, something like that, as an average overall. So that does make us a little bit bigger. Across the street, the The New York Landing was 8.5. We had small lots that are on the interior, and then we had larger lots along the rim in that area.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
And Rodney, are you filling in for Parker tonight?
I'm filling in for Parker, yep.
He's gonna owe you guys when he gets back.
I think he's getting enough hard times right now, not sleeping. Oops. Okay, so Parker did write the staff report, so I will do my very best to do the presentation. Okay. So as was mentioned, this is a request for annexation and zoning to RS7 zoning district, a potential development agreement. And if you don't include that potential development agreement in your motion, you don't need to, it's not necessary if you don't require a development agreement. And then a subdivision preliminary plat for Fenway subdivision at 0 Alma Lane. And it's shown on the screen here where that's located for 85 single-family lots totaling 16 acres, 16 common lots totaling 5.6 acres, and 6.49 acres in right-of-way and other, for a gross density of 3.01 and a net density of 5.28. So a little bit of history. The preliminary plat was originally scheduled for the September 14th meeting in 2021 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And prior to the public hearing, the applicant requested that the project be continued in order to revise the preliminary plat to comply with engineering division comments on the plat, as he has noted, as Kent has noted. The comprehensive plan designated this area as medium density residential. The surrounding zoning is RS 8.5 to the north, which is the New York Landing subdivision. To the south is county agriculture, to the east and west are all county ag. Immediately surrounding land uses, the project is surrounded by farmland with the exception of the single-family subdivision to the north. Utilities, I warned Daniel to be here for this one since I was following up with Parker's comments here, but the engineering division indicated there is sufficient capacity for utilities. However, there is some question as to long-term capacity of the sewer conveyance system downstream of the New York Landing pump station. The utilities, you can see, just a heads up, our GIS map went out as I was doing this. And so some of these are kind of old school, but I was able to still do it. All right, so you can see the utilities there in the area. And of course, fire, their nearest station is 3.2 miles, 10-minute response time, they've indicated. And the nearest station is 5.3 miles to the police station. So you know this code. This project is compliant with the state and local law for annexation. We typically don't push an annexation, and this is a Category A annexation where they are requesting it. Applicable regulations for zoning, you've seen these as well. It needs to be in harmony with the city's current adopted comprehensive plan. You've seen all these. It needs to be reasonably compatible with existing and adjoining property uses, and they need to be, almost a repeat here, but not create a spot zone. It has to comply with the comprehensive plan, and it needs to be reasonably necessary. You need to find that in order to approve this. So schedule of uses in the RS zone, the single family as they've proposed is an allowed use, and I'm happy to go to this link, but probably no need to. 10.8 of our code is the RS zone, and the purpose states that it is intended for low-density urban single-family residential and compatible uses, a stable and healthful environment, together with full range of urban services, makes this an important land use district within the community. And I've listed the criteria for minimum standards for an RS7 zone here. For the preliminary plat, you can see there the code just basically references that the subdivision standards in our subdivision chapter of our code need to be followed. So that's how we analyze these projects. We compare it to the entire subdivision code. Development agreement, if you choose to use it as there's a lot of flexibility here. If you choose to impose a development agreement, it just needs to be agreed upon from both parties, the city and the applicant. Okay, so an analysis of the plat. The preliminary plat overall site area was 28.25 acres. Proposed RS7 lot count was 103. Total storm drain lots was 4. Total common lot count, this was, I think they revised this after the original concept, so I think this should be 12. It went down from 14 to 12, I believe. Total building lot count was 85. Nothing changed there. And then regarding RS7 building lots, the future land use map density, as Kent indicated, it falls within that density and it is compliant. Minimum allowed RS7 lot size is 7,000 square feet. The minimum proposed in this is 7,000 square feet, so it's compliant there. Minimum average lot size is 8,000 square feet. Minimum proposed average is 8,243, so it's compliant there. 80% periphery compatibility to New York Landing lots over 8,500 square foot lots within 85 feet. This is compliant with that 80%. And then minimum required street frontage for RS7 is 22 feet. And minimum allowed lot widths is 50 feet. Minimum allowed mean lot depths is 50 feet, and all of those are compliant. We did have correspondence from agencies and from the public. Pretty standard comments from all of these. Again, the fire department indicated that there will be a need for increasing the personnel. And then police is the same. Minimal, but as these add up, then there's that need. And as Christy indicated earlier, the city feels like we're on track to meet the demand and the need for police and fire officers. Compass is our transportation and land use agency for the region, handling federal funds, and they do an analysis. They indicated the comment on the screen. I can't see it because there's another little screen in the way. There we go. Urban development in an area removed from employment centers and existing public transportation. The closest transit services are located more than 2 miles away, and there are no plans to service the area in the Valley Connect 2.0 plan, which is the public transportation plan for the valley. Housing within 1 mile was 1,180 units. Jobs within 1 mile was 220. Job housing ratio is 0.2. The nearest bus stop is 3.5 miles. Nearest public park is 1.9 miles. And nearest grocery store is 3.5 miles. All right. So these are the engineering comments. And I just kind of highlighted some of maybe the most critical ones we need to look at. These are all in your staff report. I'm happy to go through them, but I'm going to jump down to that last one there. This project will contribute toward future failing intersection conditions at Locust Lane and Happy Valley Road. This intersection is not identified in the city's transportation master plan capital projects list for impact fee contribution. An extraordinary impact fee may be warranted for this project in Harvest Creek to contribute towards future improvements at this intersection of Locust Lane and Happy Valley. The engineering division is in the process of coordinating with Nampa Highway District #1 to determine appropriate mitigation. And I spoke with our engineering team yesterday, and they indicated that they worked with the applicant for a solution here, and they're here to speak to that if there's questions about it. Continued utility comments here. These are all in your staff report. Drainage. Again, I won't go into these in detail unless you need me to. So now we've reviewed the plat. I'd like to just review the annexation and zoning and staff's analysis of that. So directly to the north is the New York Landing. That's for 409 buildable lots. New Horizons Magnet School is about less than a mile away on the South Side Boulevard. Comprehensive plan, it fits the comprehensive plan. Public interest, basically saying that our comprehensive plan says we need housing to meet the demand. And that is throughout the comprehensive plan. Safe routes to school, there are three, although there's that magnet school really close by, that pulls from people all over the city. So the ones that are assigned to this area are Columbia High School, which is 3.9 miles away, East Valley Middle School, which is 2.5, and Ronald Reagan Elementary School, which is 1.2. None of these are within walking distance according to Safe Routes to School standards. I think I already covered most of this as we looked through the plat. Let me see if I see anything here that is of concern. The final one here is the pathways and open space. There are 4.7 acres totaling 16.9% of open space proposed within 16 common lots. I think that was an adjustment from what was originally stated. Okay. Yeah, because of the road. Mm-hmm. That's right. And right-of-way dedication, I don't think I mentioned that, but as needed along Alma Lane, they are being required to dedicate the 40 feet from section line. Here are the conditions of approval. Essentially, they're the comments that we've heard from agencies. And here's a potential motion for your consideration. I thought I had a late comment on this one. Was this the one we had the late comment on? Was it just 6? Okay. Okay, so I guess it doesn't look like we had any comments there. But here's a potential motion for your consideration, and it's to include both the annexation and zoning and the preliminary plat all in one motion, and you can leave out the potential development agreement if you choose.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of staff?
Yeah, Rodney,
I think they're gonna. Yes.
will you go back to the extraordinary comment? Or Daniel, will you go back to the extraordinary comment?
Let's see, where was that?
There it is.
Commissioner Kirkman, so in when a subdivision comes in and a building permit is pulled, they pay an impact fee that is based on the projects within our capital improvement plan. When there is a project identified that would need to be done that is not within our capital improvement plan, at that point, we would assess an extraordinary impact fee on the development so that they're contributing to that intersection that is not within our plan to collect for. So that's what that extraordinary impact fee would be for.
Okay, and we're talking Locust and Happy Valley.
Locust and Happy Valley.
What about Locust and Southside?
So that is within the transportation master plan. It's identified within the capital improvement plan there. And so the standard impact fees, that accounts within the standard impact fees for that. Now, that's not to say that impact fees paid with this development specifically go to fund that intersection. It goes to fund the plan in general and is built based on the prioritization within that plan.
So the extraordinary fees are specific to an intersection that would be impacted by the development, not necessarily go into the pot for.
Well, they do go into the pot, but they are over and above the normal, because at some point that one will be within our capital improvement plan.
Another question. It looks like Alma is about ready to become one of our major thoroughfares in the city. Okay.
I wouldn't say that.
It's gonna be pretty busy once it's all built out, though. You got 500 homes on there. Close to it.
It would certainly, I mean, it's only a mile long from one end to the other, so the traffic volumes are on there for the style of road it is, or
Within the.
are well within the capacity of the roadway.
And sewer and lift stations and all that is.
So the comment on the sewer stems from the fact that the Boise Project Board of Control, who owns the New York Canal, has in recent years, made some changes and no longer want to allow any utilities underneath of their facility. And so, yep. And so that's why the lift station had to be put in with the New York Landing subdivision, because while it could gravity under there, the Board of Control would not allow it to, and so they had to put in a lift station and pump over the canal. That's something that I am hopeful in the long term we are able to get them to a more reasonable stance and be able to pick that lift station off and go back to just normal gravity flow in the future.
Makes sense to me.
Any other questions? Mr. Brown, did you have anything else you wanted to add or anything? Yeah. You want us to? We have two people that signed up, and they did say yes. So Barbara Lauderbeck. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Barbara Lauderback, and my address is 3515 Alma Lane. We're the ones that are right there beside the development.
Is that the one in the northwest corner of the, okay.
Yes. I think that traffic on Alma Lane is going to be a nightmare, in spite of what you're saying. There are 400 houses in this New York Landing with 3 access points, all feeding into Alma Lane. There will be 85 homes in the Fenway subdivision with, as far as I can tell, 1 access point feeding into Alma Lane. And if each of those homes has 2 cars, you can do the math. And there are certain times of the day when South Side on the west and Happy Valley on the east are very busy with people coming and going to work, taking their children to schools and so forth. We sit at our stop sign way too long waiting for those people sometimes. And now with this herd of people coming from Alma Lane to get onto those 2 streets, I think something's going to have to be done as far as traffic light or some other way to control that traffic. They did widen Alma Lane when the construction began on the New York Landing subdivision. It's now a 2-lane road with basically no shoulder. And so it's still pretty scary when you meet these big construction trucks carrying loads of rock and sand or whatever, or a piece of farm equipment, or even a school bus. It's still a narrow road. They haven't put in a center line yet, so a lot of folks still treat it like a 1-lane road. That's my concern about the traffic. Personally, we are concerned about the 1 access point into the subdivision, which goes directly beside our house. According to what I read in the NAMPA requirements for development, I believe that you require 2 access points into a subdivision. Is that correct? It seems to me for emergency services and so forth that you would need more than one way to get in and out of the subdivision.
You can ask that question to staff. Access points. When you're done.
I can read you what it says. 30 or more lots that shall have two, I could read the whole thing, but if 30 or more lots have 2 or more permanent access points that connect to a roadway. And when we did talk to Mr. Brown earlier, we did mention that, and I believe you said there would be another access point, but I didn't see it on the latest. Okay, thank you. That's one concern. Another concern is the property itself. Right now, it's just a mass of dry, tall weeds and grass, and it's unsightly. It could pose a fire hazard, and I'm wondering who's responsible for maintaining that property until the development actually takes place.
The owner of the property, we'll address that.
And the owner of the property would be,
I'm not sure at this point, are you guys the owner yet?
okay, so if we.
Yeah.
Well, it's in the conditions of approval anyways. If it is approved, that is a condition that they'll have.
Yeah, I noticed in one of the slides up there, it mentioned something about that, so I appreciate that. And then the last thing I'm concerned about at this moment is irrigation, right? Currently, we get our irrigation water from a gate over in the undeveloped area, and it comes to us via a ditch that goes right through the proposed development, the front part of the development. And so we are concerned about how we will continue to get our irrigation water once the development is in.
State law is very strict on that. Whatever you got before, you will continue to get.
I did read that, just happen to have it handy too. The Nampa Meridian Irrigation District owns all the conduits, correct? The ditches, the canals, the underground, whatever. And the developer has to work out with them any changes that they make. And then the owner of the property, I understand, is responsible for any costs in maintaining or replacing the conduits. But once again, when the homes are all built, who is the owner of the property that would then take care of our water supply? My question. To whom would we go if we have problems with our irrigation water?
Ask staff that question when you're done.
I'm sorry?
We will ask the staff to address that when you're done.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you'd probably just go to the irrigation district and they would be the ones that, because they maintain.
So if they do an underground pipe and have to dig up somebody's driveway to replace it, it's on them to do it?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your time. And I also appreciate, Mr. Brown, that you did talk to the people about that road that goes right past our bedroom windows. Thank you.
Bill, you had a question mark down here. Do you want to speak, or did your wife take care of everything? Okay, she did great. Very well.
I told him he couldn't.
Uh-oh.
Some people know why.
Anyone else like to speak for or against the proposal? Undecided? Mr. Brown? you like to address the questions, yeah, that were,
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood. The Alma Lane and the traffic, we pay the impact fees. It has had a traffic study. You listened to Daniel on that portion of it. And as those things come along, you know, you look and you see 400 lots, but I've done a number of phases in Nampa just recently that are that size project, and they just don't happen immediately. Now, we're in this rush right this minute, but even that has not made us move and start building phase 2 of New York Landing that's across the street. And it took us a long time to build New York Landing phase 1, and there's a reason that that cliff is up there above the New York Canal, is that it's all rock. And these kind people that are in that neighborhood have been putting up with a lot of rock being taken out. When we had our neighborhood meeting, they were over there with a track hoe, using that as the jackhammer to try to get some of the rock out to put in sewer and water lines. So,
I'm sorry, why isn't Alma striped yet? Is it just waiting for someone to come and stripe it, or is it gonna get striped, or?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I,
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have no clue. I know that as it is a collector level road, that's part of the reason that we have the restrictions that we do on where we come out. We have an emergency access that comes out of that cul-de-sac to provide that second means in to this property. Or the fire department wouldn't sign off on that because we have to have at least a second means in. And so that's where we put it at this point. It's the only place that we can go. Ditches. Nampa Meridian is responsible for the drains and the laterals that are their facilities. And they have specific requirements of us in the staff report. The user ditch that they're talking about, if you go to Nampa Meridian and say, I have a question about my delivery, they will say, that's a user's ditch. I live on a user's ditch. And they say that that's your responsibility. As we do this development, we try to put something in. We work with engineering department to put in a pipe that provides them the same amount of water that they currently have at the current location where they want it. Unless they're willing to move that location, we're not allowed to move it. We have to deliver there. That's a state law provision. So we have to meet that criteria in doing it. Then as that water passes by people's property, they're responsible to maintain if they've dug it up or they've hit it, or just like any other utility that would be in there, as I understand.
The property owner.
The property owner. But with us putting those in PVC pipes and the things that we do, what's going to damage it is the only thing is someone digging in that location. Unless I'm missing something, Daniel can correct me, and he'd be really good at doing that.
I'm sorry, so their user ditch goes from their property all the way to the New York Canal?
Right. Their user ditch, see on the plat that's on the screen, and it says Block 2, and it's the backyards of those two lots, or a lot to the north and a lot to the south. It runs right through there, and it would cross underneath the road, and then their delivery point currently is somewhere in that location that we would need to deliver to. that is typically what we've done in the past. Moving it one way or another puts it with a lot more crossings, if you will, to get to them. But I'm sure that Bailey Engineering, that is the engineer for this project, would be willing to talk to them about it. But we have corridors. I don't believe that they want user ditches in the front lot lines. They want that in the rear, personally. So it's something that it happens in every single development that we do. Literally the 50 or 100 that you've seen me here before, we do this all the time with these user ditches. And a user ditch is just that. It is not a Nampa Meridian facility. There are laterals that an association is put together that says, okay, we'll be in, but there's rules and regulations about setting that up. So.
Any other questions, Mr. Brown? Do you have anything else, Mr. Brown?
I think I answered all of her questions. We really do want to buffer them and their home that's there. Their house sits approximately about 60 feet away from the property line. We're proposing a fence, a 6-foot fence, and then heavily landscaped along that area. If you felt that there was something that would make that better, we're not opposed to that. We don't want that to be a problem for them. And we did go look. I mean, as she said, I talked with her husband at the meeting at length, and he was pretty adamant that he didn't want us there. And I really did go try to talk to engineering and our engineers and tried to work out a way that we could make that happen. And it just, with the collector level road out there and the angle that we have immediately there on our easterly boundary up next to Alma, it just didn't work. So
I want to touch on a question that she had asked about the two entrances. I know you had touched on that, but I just want to make sure it's clear for them also.
So that area that is green north of the cul-de-sac.
That cul-de-sac at the top you're talking about, closest to Alma.
Is an emergency access. So we're required to pave it 20 feet wide. Generally, they have a gate or bollards,
Right.
depending on whichever the fire department would like to have.
But it's not accessible by
It's
residents.
not the normal entrance. It is just for an emergency access only. If at a future time the road extends through and connects, the fire department can say that they don't want that anymore. I haven't seen that take place. I've seen them leave those.
And then at some point in the future, down there in the southeast, you're gonna stub, that road's a stub road there for whatever future development might go there.
Right.
Okay.
And the southeast, we had that collector, mid-mile collector that we were to put in there. And as other things take place in the area, I would say that there's going to be a lot more connection. But
It's time.
it's just time.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Spoken.
Just have to allow Kent some rebuttal time if he wants.
Yeah.
What? Anybody said?
Yes, he wants to speak.
Yeah, but I've already asked him, and he said no.
Well, we haven't closed public hearing yet, though.
We haven't closed the hearing.
You have something else, Mr. Brown? I mean, Mr. Loudon? Okay. All right. Come on up then, sir.
Commissioner, just so you know, if, once you open it for him, you just have to give the applicant a chance to rebut.
I'm Bill Otterback. I live at 3515 Alma Lane. I appreciate the opportunity to say a couple things. I think for your information, if you haven't been there, Alma Lane runs between Southside Boulevard and Happy Valley, and that doesn't cross. It doesn't cross into another, it doesn't cross. It's a 1 mile long strip that is used by many horseback riders, many bicycle people, hikers. It has been an access for so many years of all people using this. Big thing is, at this point in time, we're getting traffic cutting through from the Happy Valley side, going to work early in the mornings, coming home at night, and I don't blame them. You know, I really don't. It's an easy access, it's a shortcut. So you need to know that before many, many heavy decisions are made. The access road is our problem. It's right next to our home, and it crosses directly over in to the 400 homes that are going to be built. So our home is going to be on the corner. It's on a crossroads where there'll be stop signs on each side. But what they've done to us is given us a corner where there's traffic's going to be jammed up and stopped. Okay, we can live with that. My problem is that we requested him, whoever we talked to in an original meeting, to take a serious look at the subdivision across the street, which would be on the north side of Alma Lane in the city, and the south side. We asked them to consider at least taking the idea of the plan back and see if the road could put somewhere else away from where we are. And sad to say, I requested it 4 times in a meeting in the street. Nobody ever got back with us and said, Bill, it just isn't going to happen. So I have the feeling the cooperation has been terrible. The people on Alma Lane, I don't know if any of them are here besides us, have thrown in the towel. We know it's going to happen. We accept it's going to happen. But we sure want some input, and we want some understanding of what we're trying to save. We want people to live there. We want them to have a nice home. We've come to that conclusion. I don't feel they have. The other thing is, I don't think they care. I don't think they have the heart to step in and take a look at the people that live in some of these areas. That's my problem, I guess. So this is going to be shoved to us. We're going to have to live with it. And back to the road and the access and the traffic. Believe me, I wouldn't sit here and tell you it was bad. I'm the one that got a hold of the highway department and got the 35-mile-an-hour signs put up on the road, because there was 50, 60, 70 miles an hour people coming through. And my one more thing to say is, and I know there's nothing anybody can do about it, the wildlife that has existed in that stronghold on South Alma Lane and North Alma Lane with pheasants and quail. We were a stronghold. That'll be gone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Part of me looking at
Kent Brown.
Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Part of me looking at New York Landing and about moving the road, when I met with the neighbors out there, and specifically Bob, right? Bill. I wasn't sure if it was just a short piece that went up, but this goes all the way to the rim. The road across the street does it, and as soon as it's determined that, I told them I would do everything possible to look at that, and I truly did. And it wasn't until today that I'm looking at the staff report and going through, and I look at my signed list, and I saw his phone number down at the bottom, and I was going, I don't ask people to put their phone numbers, but I asked him to put his phone number for me to contact him. So I dropped the ball. With everything else that goes on, and after you have a neighborhood meeting and you go home and lick your wounds and try to move forward. But I did try to do everything that I told him I would do in the meeting, other than getting back with him. I made a conscious effort with our engineer, the city's engineers, to try to move the road away from them. That's part of the reason why I offered, to, if you can think of something that I can do better to buffer their house, my clients are more than willing to try to do that.
Can you go back to that map, please? So the road where that comes out of that subdivision goes north and it goes through the New York Landing.
It goes one house, the top road that is the very northerly road that goes east-west, follows along the rim
Oh, yeah,
up
I see what
there.
you're saying.
This road goes all the way up to that point. In fact, it's in phase 3 that you guys have already approved for New York Landing.
In this, I don't, maybe a question for Daniel, but their road, their access road to their property is right along that road.
No, their
Is
access.
it on the other side of the property?
There is on the other side of their
Okay.
house.
Okay. I just want to make that clear.
If you go back to that little stick that my drawings, I have their house on an aerial. On mine. The one I gave you. So, yeah, their access is on the west side of their home. And yeah, right there. So I also approached engineering, because that was one of the comments that they brought up, is that whether their entrance was too close to our.
That's what I was getting
ours,
at.
And engineering told me it was not.
Is there going to be a four-way stop there, or is there going to be a stop sign or a four-way stop at that intersection?
There hasn't been
Two-way?
two-way. It wasn't in the conditions of approval for that to be. And it's not at the mid-mile either, so.
Great, that's what I was getting at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay. Are we ready to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion was made to close public hearing and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Public hearing is closed. How about one of you gentlemen over here to the right? Been kind of quiet tonight. You've been kind of quiet tonight. Me? Somebody want to make a motion? I think Jeff is about motion down.
We don't necessarily need, this is the one you're talking about, we don't necessarily need a DA for this, right? As long as staff, you're working with staff to make sure everything is copacetic.
Okay, you can make the motion.
So I'll move to recommend approval hesitantly of the annexation and zoning to RS7, single-family residential, and subdivision preliminary plat for Fenway subdivision at 0 Alma Lane for Trilogy, Idaho, with all conditions, conclusions of law, conditions of staff listed in the report, and without a development agreement. Want to make sure that's it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Who did?
I did.
Okay, Tom seconded. All right, the motion is made. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Who's the opposed? Okay.
Ron opposed.
Okay, we have two more applications, and it's 9 o'clock, so we're going to take a little 5-minute restroom break, and we'll be back shortly.
check and put it in your,
Yeah, put it in.
put it in your coffee.
I'll need your money to cover the check. Right for you, Grandma.
89 years old this year.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is a annexation and zoning for RS6 subdivision preliminary plat for Locust Grove subdivision and for Sawtooth Landing Acquisition LLC, and I don't have a name down here. Who's going to be doing this? Thank you. Oh.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dan Lardy, Levitt Associates, 1324 First Street South. First, before I go too far along, I need to say thank you to staff. I usually forget them, and I apologize because they do such a good job and they're easy to work with. This is the second time this project's before you. Last time we garnered a approval, or at least approval recommendation. However, you guys didn't have the preliminary plat in front of you. So it's annexation of approximately 25.06 acres near Locust Grove. Of course, I don't have a pointer. Can you run that for me? Just roughly where the project is along Locust Grove or Locust Lane. There you go. Yep, between Shane Street and the Stoddard Pathway. We're requesting annexation and zone to RS6. We have RS6 to our north. RS6 to our north on the islands, just that little leg. And then we have the Stoddard Pathway that runs along the east, which is RS85. Future land use map. Let's see if I can get this to, Hey, that one works. Thanks, Christy. So this is the comprehensive plan. The yellow is low density. Medium density is the orange, and it surrounds the property for us. Can you highlight that property? I don't want to steal your thunder, Rodney, because you have all this in your packet. Thank you. And here's the preliminary plat. So we had run this through you guys before and asked for annexation. That's a little loud. For annexation, and we didn't have the preliminary plat. We didn't submit for the preliminary plat at that time, just because there was a delay in some processing. So we took it to City Council. City Council, you get with your approval, and City Council decided that they couldn't approve it at the time. They were interested, but they couldn't approve it at the time due to some concerns that they had. One was the new ordinance or the new code that's coming out requiring open space. The project before us had asked for, or I gave a concession for open space, and they asked us to do the same. So we did, and here we are. So we have what's in front of you. We acquired some additional area at great investment, and the reason was for Shane Street. Can you point to Shane Street? That is a private road, and it belongs to Shannon Circle. Originally, we were attempting to take, we thought we had some permission to take advantage of Shane Street. And during the processing time, they decided that they did not want us to access Shane Street. So we were keeping the alignment of Chicago, which is the next road to the east there. And we've turned that into emergency access only off of Locust Lane, and moved our new access, our main access, to the east of there, meeting separation requirements from Shane Lane to our main entrance, which is 500 feet. There was also some concern for City Council. That was City Council of staff themselves were, that was really all they were concerned about. Open space and then the access. And then the neighbors in Shannon Circle had some other concerns, which we tried to address. And in that, some of those things were the access to the private roads, of course. So we've removed all access to the private roads, leaving their road perfectly intact, the private Shane Street perfectly intact. There's an existing bus stop near there along Locust Lane. Of course, we can't control where the bus decides, or the school bus decides to stop. Rock removal. So there are processes for rock excavation. There is rock evident on this property. Everybody knows. We have dealt with that. So there are approved methods for removing the rock to maintain the safety of natural resources, their water. And then there were current violations on the property, on one of the existing properties that we were trying to annex. Those had been cleaned off last week, and I think they're still working on them today, trying to make sure that we remove those violations before we get annexed. So the city staff, where traffic goes, city staff, it doesn't rise to the level of a traffic study. They did request a turn lane study, and a turn lane warrant was done. No turn lanes are required for either entrance, even though the one on Chicago, the one that aligns with Chicago, is our emergency access. We have provided large lots along the north and the west. They exceed 8,500 square feet. I believe in the staff report, Rodney's mentioned that they need to be 10,000 square foot, and we're in agreement with that. Shane Street does provide a large buffer zone. It's 40 feet. And then along the north, and those lots along that western boundary are 140 feet deep. And then along the north, the Partridge laterals along there, and those lots are in excess of 140 feet deep to help provide for additional buffer. Oh, hey, there's those. So again, total parcels 25.06, total lots 99, buildables 90, and I won't steal any more of Rodney's thunder for that. Some similar elevations of what they think that they're going to build there. Yeah, that's it. All right. I'll stand for any questions.
Are there any questions of the applicant?
Thank you.
Way back we need to. Thank you, sir. And Rodney, I think your name is on here.
It is, thank you. And Dan can steal all my thunder he wants. I'm fine with that, but, okay, didn't come up. All right, commissioners, you have seen this before, just not too much earlier in the year. You saw this come before you, and I'll describe some of the changes, but I think the applicant has done a good job of describing that already, so I'll try to be quick. So it's for annexation and zoning to RS6 and a preliminary plat for Locust Grove on the project you see before you. Comprehensive plan is medium density, and as he's indicated, it's able to be stretched in either from the south and actually from the north as well. On the properties, there's undeveloped land and 3 large lots, single-family homes that will be removed in order to provide access and to construct a residential subdivision. Surrounding zoning, you can see that here. And he mentioned that the RS6 to the north, the Stoddard pathway is RS 8.5. A little farther to the east there is residential Canyon County with RP zoned property further east. I'm not sure where, oh yeah, right there. So the immediately surrounding land uses large lot, single-family residential, and the pathway. Fire department said this development is located approximately 1.9 miles from Nampa Fire Station number 2, and a response time of 4 minutes, and a requirement of about a quarter of a firefighter position. And then police department, 4.7 miles from the police department. Utilities. City sewer, water, and pressure irrigation systems have adequate capacity to serve this property, and they're in the general area. You can see that there on the screen. So history, in December of 2020, the pre-application meeting was held. May of 2021, the P&Z Commission public hearing for annexation, you recommended approval of the subdivision. And at that time, there was an assumption that there would need to be an agreement with the HOA over here to access Shane Street as a second access to the property. June 21st, 2021, Nampa City Council denied the application for the annexation, and the council found that the project needed to clearly show that legal access to the property will be achievable and that appropriate amounts of open space and recreational amenities should be shown on the plat. These are the same the regulations for annexation that we've highlighted before, and for zoning and schedule of uses. And this is changed to R6, but same purpose behind that zone. A little bit different standards. The requirement is for 6,000 square feet instead of 7,000 like the last one, but other than that, pretty much the same. Subdivisions have to follow our subdivision ordinance. Lot compatibility, I addressed that in the last one as well. And that will come up in just a second. Development agreements just needs to be an agreement between the two parties. Okay, so I tried to highlight the open spaces just on this, just helped me to clarify where those could be. And the north is to the left. So south, where Locust Lane is on the right-hand side of the screen here. There is storm drainage identified in several of these open spaces, but as has been mentioned, they did increase the common area for the subdivision, and they claim that that exceeds the open space requirement of the new code. They do not have to meet that code currently, but they do exceed, according to their percentage here, 17%, which is in excess of the 15%. Of course, the 15% is qualified open space. Some of this wouldn't be the qualified, it'd be drainage areas and that kind of thing. So he's already highlighted most of this. I'm going to continue on unless you have questions. Periphery compatibility. The Shane Drive, it's Shannon Circle subdivision. I messed up on that several times. I apologize. Shannon Circle subdivision was platted in the county in 1994, making the periphery compatibility requirements applicable to the proposed subdivision along Shane Street, and that's to the south here. So I show the area on each of those parcels abutting that subdivision. That subdivision's lot sizes are pretty good size. So they just need to come up a little bit higher. They're about 9,200 square feet. They need to go to 10,000 square feet. So you might lose one or two parcels in there. Nampa Building Department had their standard comment and then indicated construction drawings with the grading planning indicate a minimum and maximum top of wall elevation from the top back of curb, and drainage plan for individual lots will be required at time of final plat review. Complete geotech report will be required at final plat. Nampa Meridian Irrigation District just said they need to protect the district's Partridge Lateral. Pretty standard comments here about the easement and drainage must be retained on site. Nampa code compliance, there's weeds on the property. Those will need to be cleared, and that's going to be a part of the conditions of approval that will be for you to consider. Nampa Fire Department, we already talked about that. The preliminary plat as submitted is complete according to engineering standards. They did highlight a few things. The second bullet point there under access, It does not meet the Nampa access management policy for spacing relative to Nade Drive to the west and between Chicago Street and Scarlet Oak Way. Turning the Chicago Street access to an emergency only access would allow the access to meet the policy. So just quickly, if you look back on that, I think it was actually on his, he showed that that's emergency access only, so that addresses that concern, I believe. Is that right, Daniel? Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see, the 10-foot side path to be constructed along the East Locust Lane was indicated as a need. And then for utilities, extending over 1,600 feet of 8-inch sewer main down the Stoddard pathway is not preferable, and it should be avoided if at all possible. Typical utility statements, drainage statements. I can address any of these if you need, but Compass, I'm gonna kind of skip over this. You've got this in your staff report, but happy to go through them if you have questions. Nampa School District, they indicated they do not have any concerns about capacity at these schools at this time. The schools would be Greenhurst Elementary, South Middle School, and Skyview High School. There was a couple of public comments. The first one I received for the staff report, and it was in your staff report, the full comments. They agreed that, this is Warren and Kayla Eddy. I apologize if I didn't pronounce that right, but 2206 Patrice Drive. And they agreed that some of the previous concerns expressed were addressed, but they still had concerns about the traffic on Locust Lane, concerns over impact to groundwater from blasting. Lot sizes in neighboring county subdivisions are larger than half acre. They argue that the proposal is not compatible. Just keep in mind that that will need to increase to the 10,000. That's the maximum that we require the lots to be increased in size too. Okay, so public comments we received just in the last 24 hours. We had a couple of those. Haley Skelton at 2422 East Locust Lane. Her concerns were similar, water well contamination, and she asked who is responsible for it if it becomes contaminated. Increased traffic surrounding the house, increased noise level due to construction and traffic, and expressed concerns about being able to sleep in the day to prepare for night shift as a nurse when she works in the nighttime. So I thought I'd just quickly address the water well contamination. There was concerns about some septic tanks failing in the area and that contaminating some of the properties here. Excuse me, the water well system in the area. And that was addressed, and then it fixed the problem, but they were just concerned about well contamination when this subdivision goes in. I will just say this, that our water system that this subdivision will go on to will not impact, nor the sewer system that they will be connecting to will not impact the existing groundwater, not at all. We pull from a different source than they're pulling from in that area. And so no concerns there. But there was, on the previous comment, there was concerns about the impact of groundwater from blasting. That's a potential, and we do our best to try to mitigate those concerns, but there's really not anything that we can do at this level to ensure that that doesn't happen. So that's my response there. Debbie Peterson also listed her concerns. Access, the proximity of several accesses in a short span of Locust Lane. As you heard, one of those accesses is going to be an emergency access, and so I believe that addresses some of those concerns. The bus stop location compared to the accesses, again, we don't have any control of those bus stop locations. However, the emergency access being near the HOA to the west may help with that. I guess I'd look to them if there's any more details there that they can provide. But traffic increases to Locust Lane, yeah, that's a concern. Incompatibility with neighboring large lot developments. As I said, the old code requires that they increase their lot sizes to a maximum of 10,000 square feet. Water contamination and concern about being required to connect to city utilities. We have no plans currently to require any forced annexation or requiring the neighboring properties to connect to utilities. That is almost exclusively done on a request basis from the person wanting to connect to the utilities. And I mentioned they wished not to be annexed into the city, and we would not be pursuing that at this time. The land uses, I think I've covered most of this. Comp plan, it matches, it meets the requirements for the zoning. Public interest, it's in the public interest to create homes in the area. Safe routes to school, it's 2.9 miles from Skyview High School, 1.7 from South Middle School, and 1.7 from Sunny Ridge Elementary, and none of those are within walking distance. Preliminary plat staff analysis. It's I highlighted in red the areas that may be of concern, and we've already talked about that. This Shannon Circle compatibility. And then number 6, the landscaping. I just asked for on the landscape plan to be corrected to just show the 25-foot landscape buffer. That's minor, but requested that that be included. And then the last one is that we need a landscape plan resubmitted to show the neighborhood connection be built from the development to the Stoddard pathway. Fiscal impact. You may want to request this from the applicant or not, but these are the criteria for essentially based on the size of the house, the value of the property being sold when the house is built will determine whether it's a positive or a negative for the city. So that just depends on the size of the house and the amount they're selling the property for. Those are difficult because we're not at the point of selling those houses. So it's difficult to say what that will be at some point in the future. These are conditions of approval. I'm going to skip over them because they're in your staff report and you've had a chance to read through those. And here's a potential motion for the annexation and subdivision preliminary plat. And I would stand for questions.
Any questions, staff?
Just a quick comment, clarification on the email submitted by Debbie Peterson or the letter submitted by her. I just want to clarify that the city does not have a list of potential properties that will be annexed into the city. I think Rod spoke to that, but there is no list of, oh, we're going to go to this person next and annex them. So she had mentioned that in here. I just wanted to clarify that there. Heard that before. Am I on the list?
Okay. Now is the public hearing portion. Because we have, the sheet is filled out with names, when we have a large number of people that wish to speak, we limit it to 3 minutes. And when you're 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I will hold up this little sign. And when you're at 3 minutes, we'll hold up this sign. We would like for you to just try and keep it within the 3 minutes. If it's 3 minutes and 30 seconds, your taxes aren't going to go up and nobody's going to shoot you. It's not going to be a bolt of lightning. But, you know, other people have been waiting here a long time. And so if you can keep it within 3 minutes, that would be great. Haley, we've already talked about what your concerns were. Do you still want to speak some more? Yes? Okay. Come up to the microphone and tell us your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name's Haley Skelton, and my husband and I, Dalton Skelton, we reside at 2422 East Locust Lane. Our house is located directly next to the two houses that, per this proposal, will be demolished to make room for a roadway and houses. Until this latest public hearing notice, my husband and I discovered that we were grossly uninformed regarding the changes that had occurred since last year's proposal. I am testifying today to express concerns regarding the direct impact this project will have on our home, by extension, our well-being. We are, therefore, justifiably concerned about the impact this proposal will have on our water well, which was briefly discussed, the increased traffic surrounding our house, and the increased noise level. Since he discussed our water well situation, we'll kind of skip over that. But we are apprehensive about the unavoidable increase of traffic that will occur surrounding our home due to the additional residents. Locust Lane is a heavily traveled road with an elevated risk for accidents. With the new access and volume increase associated with the proposed housing development, it will exponentially increase this risk and concern. What accommodations will be made to ensure a safe exit and entry point to our property, with the main entrance being directly next to our property? The increased noise level that will occur with demolishing houses, construction, and increased traffic will negatively impact our lives. I am a night shift nurse who works in our local ICUs, which means I sleep during the day. Therefore, this proposed project will make sleeping unfeasible for me. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic continues to ravage our valley and require additional hours be worked in order to support the community. And I want to ensure I have adequate sleep to provide quality patient care. There are multiple reasons we moved to a neighborhood that has been established for decades and surrounded by fields and pastures. My work schedule being one of them. I can't help but think, how will I be able to continue to support my community and work if I am unable to sleep? Furthermore, what accommodations will be provided by the developer to allow us to properly sleep, and by extension, function on a daily basis? My husband and I both understand there is no way to prevent this project from occurring. However, we are requesting compromises be made to address our concerns, as this project completely negates the reason we chose to purchase our home years ago. We have worked extremely hard to turn this house into our home, and we are devastated that we might lose everything we have worked so hard for. If the City of Nampa is unable to help us reach said compromises with the developer, we would like to request more time to prepare and seek legal counsel to help us navigate this matter. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I ask that you take these questions and concerns into consideration.
Haley, did you say that your house is being torn down?
No, the house is directly next to us. So on the side of us and right behind us are being torn down to place in that main entrance. And it will be occurring over our well that is shared with one of those properties.
So you're
So,
you're nearby.
Right there in the corner.
And so we're
There's a
concerned.
reflection on it. I see.
Oh, it's right in that little jog on them.
Okay, I see it now, yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Haley, is your well located on your guys' property or is it on the other property?
It's half and half. It's right on the line. And we also have a driveway that connects right there as well.
Thank you, Haley. We'll address that with the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Did your husband want to speak or not? Was that a yes or no? No. No, okay. Bill Hutchins? Hutchins? Hudson? Sorry. Hitchens? Close enough.
All right, Bill Hutchison, 3505 Wheeler Circle, Nampa. I'll do that because I've got a loud voice to begin with. Actually, I want to, and this is kind of a turn of events, thank the engineer and the developers. Thank the engineer and developers simply because of the fact that they actually listened to what was said at the city council meeting and made some changes. I do still have some questions and issues with regards to this development. Those of us that live on Shannon Circle, that drive that parallels the project on the west, have had a significant number of issues with construction traffic on our private road doing damage to the private road. And we basically have had to call these people out for trespassing. It hasn't risen to the level yet of calling the sheriff, but we do have a consistent problem with people coming through our area thinking they can access the property. One of the things we would like to do as part of the contingencies for this project is insist that the developer construct that 6-foot vinyl wall or whatever it is that they're going to be constructing prior to any development of that property. That's going to keep people from accessing the property and keep them off our road. We'd also like them to go ahead and pay for putting a sign at the beginning of our road. Even though we do have it marked as being no trespassing private residence, we still get that traffic. So they need to, as part of their contingency, put up some sort of a no construction traffic sign. The other thing I'm concerned with is the hours of construction, and I think this young lady addressed it pretty well with regards to her profession of being a night nurse. What are going to be the hours of construction? And I realize that that's something that's going to have to be addressed back to the engineers. But that is a concern. I know that Lava Falls is a project that they're working on that's on the other side of the Stoddard pathway, and we can hear those guys working all the time. So I don't know if there's any set hours or who's actually out there monitoring this stuff, but that's a big concern for all of us that are surrounding this development. One of the other things that we're concerned with is the extreme traffic on Locust Avenue. You know, a lot of these other streets, Southside Power Line, they're considered collectors. Locust Avenue is considered a arterial arterial road, which means it gets significantly more traffic than those others. Based upon what I've been able to find from your 2019 traffic study, the last traffic impact stuff that was done was like 2011, 2012, and that was just for the intersections of Southside and Power Line. I'm not really sure how we're getting a new project that's going on Locust with the tremendous increase in traffic that we've had without some sort of a traffic impact study, and I would hope that it would be considered as being something that's pertinent to this development project. Yeah, because I'm getting hustled along here. The other things that I wanted to address, lights at these intersections, very dark area. They need to be lit up. We do have children at the bus stop there, right at the corner of Locust and Shane. And then the other thing that I wanted to address is the emergency access. Again, this developer also is doing Lava Falls. Their emergency access is blocked by 2 huge boulders that no possible way a fire truck could ever get through. You need a bulldozer to get through these. So we're kind of hoping that that's not going to be the scenario and they're going to be doing something different for their emergency access because this side of a dozer or a tank, you're not going to get through there. I believe I'm out of time, but thank you for allowing me to address you and
Thank you.
have a good evening.
Next, we have Tammy Allen. Now your turn.
Now my turn again. Tammy Allen, 2404 East Locust Lane. If you can put back up the aerial shot, I'll show you where I live. Right there. I am that little 1.2 acre square right in the middle of these guys. My backyard is 20 feet from their property line. At least the other developer prior to us said they were going to do something to buffer people. I'm going to have people 20 feet outside the back of my home. I'm going to have roads on both sides of my home. My 1.2 acres sits right in the middle. And my well water is probably 10 feet from their road that they're going to be blasting. I may be 10 feet from it, if even that. I don't know. So I'm concerned about my well water. I'm concerned about irrigation water because the back of my property, if you go to the far if you follow my north property line over to the west, there's a pump house right there. The water comes out of that pump house, comes to the back of my place per gated pipe. It continues across both of the places that they're demolishing. It's an above-ground gated pipe. It goes over to Carolyn King's place, which is where she gets her water from. That pipe continues from the pump house. We turn the pump house on, we have our water. What are we doing for our water? I think Carolyn probably will address that also. Traffic, like we said, no sidewalks, no street lights, kids going, you're gonna double our kids on the corner with absolutely no street light there for them in the middle of the morning when it's still pitch black out. They've increased their green space, which thank you, that's good, because they didn't have hardly anything before. Entrances, he's already covered with the big, huge boulders. Same developer. What are we looking at? Noise, I can hear them blasting. They're there all hours of the night. I mean, not past dark, but in the summertime, they're out there till 9 o'clock at night, blasting and hammering. And is there some limits as to how long they can work? Is there a noise ordinance in the area? So anyway, I think that's it. I covered it really, really fast.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Carolyn King, a neighbor.
I'm Carolyn King, and I live at 2518 East Locust Lane. And I'm going to address the irrigation water and the wastewater. Like Tammy said, the water comes behind her property, but also it comes up Shane Drive from Locust Lane, and then comes to the pump house where it's lifted up and goes clear across that. He did promise us that they would not disrupt our water supply, but according to this, the houses are going to be all along where they go and right through one complete lot. They did not make any exceptions to the delivery of water. And my property waters two ways. It waters to the south and it waters to the north. So I also have wastewater that goes to the south and to the north. And that's just the way the property lies. And it has to come through that portion for Tammy to get her water supply and for me to get mine. And they did not come to us at all to ask us about that water. And the north or the south side wastewater goes down through Nays subdivision and comes right through the middle of those two big fields back there and goes underneath the green belt into the Elijah drain. And there's been no provisions on this for that at all, or for my wastewater behind my property. It would have been nice had they come to us and talked to us about these things before they went to all the expense of drawing their plans. So anything else I have to say? I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next we have Jack Thompson.
Good evening. I'm Jack Thompson. I live at 2701 Comanche Street, and it directly parallels their subdivision along the pathway. I'm on the opposite side of the pathway. I had concerns about where their delivery of water and sewer would come and go from the property. And I have issues with the well. I have two wells, and the same company that is developing that was blasting next to my well, one of my irrigation wells, and it's working, not working, and I haven't figured out exactly what's wrong with it. So the blasting, there's a lot of rock in that area. There's going to be more blasting. And I share about 600 or 700 feet of property line with along the pathway. So can you tell me where the sewer is going to come and go, or the water supplies?
We'll ask for it.
They have to connect to the city to be contiguous, right? The bike path separates them. Now they've got to connect. Is it Indian Village or what is the Island subdivision? Is that where their point of contact is, so they can be contiguous?
We'll ask them, sir. Anything else?
I guess that's it.
Okay. Debbie Peterson, we've already read your letter. Did you have some more you wanted to say? Okay, thank you, Debbie. Joanne and Scott, you said you did not want to speak. Have you changed your mind?
Welcome to Idaho.
And you don't want to give us your Iowa opinion? Yeah, I can understand that. Okay. And we have Carol Nelson.
Carol Nelson, 3607 Shane Street. I look right onto the field of where they're going to be putting these houses. Concerns because most of us moved out there because we wanted the rural feel. And we have half-acre or larger lots, and they're putting in such small lots. And I have a question about this 10,000, whatever it is, that's going to be on long. Is that for all the houses in there, or is that just the bordering houses? That's one of my questions. And again, I also am concerned about what kind of blockage they have on this fire road, so that it doesn't become a thoroughfare, and also the rocks don't look like they're effective in the subdivision they already have. And I think that's my main concerns. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. That's all I had who had written down they wanted to speak. Is there anybody else that's changed their mind? Yes?
One quick question, sir.
What, you've already spoken?
Yes, I have, but a 2-second question.
Time's up. No, come on.
No,
come on,
just
come on,
real quick,
come
I'm
on,
not a
come
math
on.
major,
Sir,
but at 25.6 acres with only.
Hold on just a second.
could you come up to the microphone, please? The reason is, we can hear you, but it's recorded from the microphone.
Not a problem. Thought I projected enough, but once again, Bill Hutchinson, 3505 Wheeler Circle. Again, not sure about the math, but 25.06 acres of development with common area of 2.77 acres. How are we getting 17% out of that? Is there something about this math that I don't understand, or?
Okay, we'll ask the staff that. That was 4 seconds, by the way.
I'll do better next time.
Okay, practice. Dan, you want to come back up since there's nobody else wanting to speak at the moment? You want to address the concerns that they've had?
Commissioners, I wasn't sure if we wanted to have Daniel come up and speak to some of the traffic issues
Well, you
or
can
some
go
of the traffic
first.
concerns, since the city actually controls those along
We'll let you
Locust
go
Lane.
first, and then
Oh,
we can address his.
thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw Dan under the bus.
That's all right. You're thinking about it now.
So water well traffic and noise is, Haley, the traffic, again, I'll let the city address that. Access to their home, the access that they have should continue. If we do discuss with them, we may be able to make some changes to their lot, but can you throw back up there? That's theirs. Do we have a larger print of that? As large as we can get. So they access directly out to Locust Lane. So their access would continue exactly the way it is. It's perfectly legal. The water well, they said that was on the property line. And I'm not sure that that's, I don't know that Southwest District Health would allow them to
Well,
do
it's one of the
that.
houses you're tearing down, and they're next to it, and they're afraid it's going to go with the house, the well.
Well, the well, if it belongs to them, it should stay, according to Health District.
It's a shared well, and you have a shared well agreement, right? Yeah, so.
So
if
it has
it's on
to stay.
the property line, it's gonna have to somehow get divided out so they can keep it. I
Because
would
they can
think.
keep it, yes. We'll have to keep their well, so we can't cut off their water. Nor can we force them to connect to city water.
Right.
Quiet hours, I think, for the city are from 10 PM to 7 AM, I think I'm not sure what the ordinance is. It's 11. 11 to 7, so quiet hours, so construction shouldn't be happening in those hours.
And for those of you that have, call the city directly, don't call the developer, call the city. They'll send a code enforcement or somebody out there to look at it. or listen to it.
So providing a vinyl, so now onto Mr. Hutchinson's comments, providing a vinyl fence or construction fencing to eliminate that access along Shane Street. That's purely doable. The city will force us to do a stormwater pollution prevention plan and force us to take access off of Locust Lane. They'll control our access. We're only allowed to have one construction access during construction.
So, excuse me, on that note, because I had made a couple of notes on that too. So are you willing, according to his comment, to put up a no constructions? What about a fence?
Well, the fence ultimately, unfortunately, I'm not sure if the fence will survive construction. So we could do temporary construction fencing. Of course, if you make it a condition, then we would put it up. But it will ultimately go up. Some construction fencing to eliminate at least the access through there is what we could do, so we don't destroy a perfectly good fence during construction.
Is Shane Road the same grade level as all the way across? So someone could just drive from the
Yes.
property over onto Shane, yeah?
They could,
Okay.
yes, it is. And it actually follows the grade down through there, same as the property. Again, set hours for quiet time. Traffic, again, I'll defer to the city engineer. Let's see, I have one here for access. Miss Allen. Where are we at? That's all right, sorry.
She's the one that has the house in between the streets on both sides. She's in the middle.
She's in the middle. So can you go back to my preliminary plat on the one that I have on my PowerPoint? And so go up to actually that one's fine. So the access there to the roadway, that is roadway on that side. It's got a buffer. It's got a landscape buffer on the north or on the east side of that, and then homes on the west side of that roadway. That is not a through access. It is only for emergency once you get out that point. So cars that would come down would have to turn around and come out back through. So right behind your home, there are those row of homes there. Can you zoom in on the depth there of those lots? So those are houses there. They have a standard setback along the boundary of 12 feet. So however far your home is from the property line plus the 12 feet that's required for those lots, is what would exist. How deep are those lots? Are they 100? It looks like they're 100 feet. So there's 3 homes up against, well, actually 2 homes up against her home. Not uncommon. Again, it's residential noise. Irrigation water and wastewater. Irrigation water does come along Shane, and there is a pump house there. We're gonna end up, we're gonna provide that, we're gonna deliver that water out and about and continue that flow of that water to them via a new pump house along there to provide water to her and to the neighboring property to the west, or excuse me, to the east. I'm upside down. And then the wastewater will continue along the Stoddard pathway and then down. There is a pipe that goes under, it goes across Mr. Thompson's property, or actually over to Mr. Thompson's property and then into his holding pond. About right where you see the second lot south of that common space in the northeast corner. There's a pipeline that goes under the pathway there. Mr. Thompson was asking about sewer. Mr. Thompson, so there's some discussion. There's actually a note in the staff report about connecting sewer across to West Melonite, which is just east of that site. I think it's on that drawing. And it actually crosses Mr. Thompson's property. Mr. Thompson is not interested in providing an easement for that. That was our initial cost. That's what the city would like. We are connecting down the pathway 1,600 feet to the north and connecting to the islands and coming down the pathway. I haven't heard about any trouble with Mr. Thompson's well. This is the first I've heard of it, so I don't know what trouble he's had or what may have caused that trouble. And Ms. Nelson was concerned about the 10,000 square foot compatibility. 10,000 square foot of compatibility would be for those lots along the west boundary and along the north boundary. It's in the staff report, it's in the condition of approval. We're willing to make that adjustment. I'll stand for any questions.
What about the boulders on the other subdivision that are blocking the emergency access?
I have no idea about the boulders on there. I know there's plenty of boulders out there. I don't know if they're crossing the access.
Well,
If
they they're- are. He
if
showed
they're
a picture of them.
I'll let Daniel talk. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Daniel.
I had a question. I forgot what it was. I was waiting for you to answer yours. Go ahead, and I'll get mine.
So the boulders, we'll scratch that off. I did want to ask about the green space. So you say you had 17%, about 17% green space. Does that include the drainage areas? The holding it, the
It does. It's not a requirement to have.
Right,
to
I know
meet
it's
that-
not a requirement.
To meet that, but yes, it does include
Okay.
those. We have two drainage areas, one on the northeast and one on the northwest.
Okay. And then the Stoddard Path access, are you going to put one into the pathway?
We intend to, it's on that green space on the northeast corner there, on that lot. We'll provide that pathway connection out to the
The
Stoddard Path.
northeast, isn't that one of the drainage?
It is. The drainage area only takes up a portion of the lot.
Very good. So there seemed to be a lot of concern about the wells, and I know you've addressed some of that. But what would happen if during construction, blasting, whatever, you do damage a well?
Yeah, that was my question.
I think it's a fair question to the
Yeah.
residents to
I believe that's
know
a fair
what will
question
happen.
too. Even though we go through great lengths to try and minimize the damage, and we have we have rules and regulations that we have to follow for blasting, damage to those wells, I would assume that we would have to restore.
Okay.
I mean, that's one of the joys of blasting. Oh, not really one of the joys of blasting, it's just one of the requirements of blasting. I think is you have to take responsibility
Yeah.
for those.
Oh, there was a comment or a question about damage to Shane Road already. And I don't know if it was damage that was already there or if it was caused by whatever has taken place on that property already. Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about the damage to Shane Lane or the construction that's gone out. I know that they are working out there on the Nelson property, trying to clean up the violations that are there. I assume that they took access off of Locust. I can't speak to that directly, though.
And that would be between, I do think it would be, yeah, well, I'll say that too. And then how do you, wells, I think I got all my questions answered.
I got one more thing on Haley's well. Can you work with her, figure out exactly where that well's sitting and get them either a property line adjustment or easement so that they will have access to their well if it's sitting on the property line? Because they're gonna eventually have to replace parts and get access to it. So it can't be on the neighbor's back, behind the neighbor's back fence and they have to go get it. Can you work with them on a lot line adjustment or something to make sure that they can have access to their well?
Commissioners and Commissioner Turner, yes, we'll work to make sure that they have access to their well. If it includes a lot line adjustment or maybe some land swap or something of that nature, we can do that. Definitely don't want to cut her off.
And Haley, I'm sorry, but we can't do anything about the construction hours. It's
Sorry. Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ashby.
I just wanted to address the question about percentage of open space and how they calculate that.
Good point, thank you.
So our new code says that it needs to be calculated off of the amount of residential lot area. So you total up all your residential lots, and then you have to have 15, whatever that area is, 15% of that would be open space. Again, there is no requirement today for any open space. But what the difference is that people, it's hard to understand, but it's the net versus the gross. You can't take the entire subdivision, all the area, including the roadways, the drainage, everything, and then factor in your percentage. You have to take out, you basically have to take the residential lots, add them up, and get a percentage of that. So that's the difference there. There was another question about the 10,000 square feet lots bordering or the entire subdivision being 10,000 square feet. So it's just the bordering lots that are required to be compatible. I think you addressed the question about, but I'm not sure we got a full answer on this, but no construction traffic sign on Shane Street. I might have missed that conversation. but-
I had wrote that down here, and then we started talking about the fence. I apologize. Can you step back up to there? Let me ask that question, Rodney, if you don't mind. Thanks.
Dan Lardy, Levin Associates.
That is, it was suggested by one of the neighbors. I think the concern is, and I think it's a valid concern, is that construction that's going on using that Shane Street. What mitigating factors can you provide so that there's no construction traffic on that, whether it's a sign, fence, whatever?
Commissioner Kirkham, I believe that's a small concession to ask, and I think that's perfectly fine. A sign, what we can do to try and restrict that traffic along that road. I know it's a big contention with the neighbors, so we try to be good neighbors.
And I've seen a lot of developments go in, and I'm not an expert at this, but I see a lot of the privacy fences going in first, the perimeter fences going in and things like that before anything is even built. I mean, they got roads in there, but before any sticks are laid yet, they've got a privacy perimeter fence up, and I'm just wondering if that might be something you would consider also.
In the city of Napa, I believe that's probably okay. I was thinking a rear property line for pressurized irrigation. Not most jurisdictions, some other jurisdictions provide pressurized irrigation along the back line, which is usually 3 foot off the property line, which usually takes out a fence. In the city of Napa, it's down the roadway, so I believe the privacy fence would be perfectly doable.
Okay.
Prior to.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'd like to make a motion about closing the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Gentlemen,
You throw that proposed motion up there. Any discussion? All right, I'm going to move to this annex, recommend approval for annexation and zoning to RS6 zoning district. Do they need a DA in this one either? Okay. Without the development agreement, subdivision preliminary plat for Locust Grove subdivision, totaling 25.06 acres for Sawtooth land acquisition with the following conditions. I remember them. I would like to condition, in addition to all conditions in the staff report, I would like to add these following conditions. Some construction traffic mitigation things going on. One, before construction begins on any of the buildings, that a privacy vinyl fence, separation along Shane Lane to keep construction traffic off of that private lane. Also, a sign at the front of that lane saying no construction traffic. Yeah, I know it's probably overkill, but I think it would be beneficial. I think that's all I know. Is there anything else that we need to add?
For qualified open space.
And then all the other conditions listed in the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. We have another application to go through, folks. If you'd like to leave, you're most certainly welcome, and I hope it went your way. If not,
You can't kick this one down the road?
yeah, I would like to do that too.
We just deny it. Well, welcome to Idaho.
We're glad you came from that side of the country than this side.
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys do too.
It's nice to see somebody coming from the other side of the.
East instead of from the west, like California.
All are welcome. All are welcome, until you screw up.
Providing you can drive.
We'll see when the snow hits.
Ready there?
Christie, are you ready? Well, it says you're gonna do it, so I'll just,
The applicant.
you're not gonna do it? Oh, well,
This is his baby.
somebody put the wrong name down here.
I think we're both going to do it.
Okay.
Commissioners,
Let's
Greg
move the-
Thompson.
I can't, so I have a hard time hearing up here when we've got background noise. Thanks. Or noise right here in the front.
Dan?
Can you take this conversation out into the hall? Sorry. Yeah. This is exciting.
We're gonna deny this. I don't.
Nope. Yeah.
We good?
All right.
Greg Thompson, Jacobs Engineering, 999 West Main Street, Boise. I'm the engineering manager for Jacobs. We're doing a progressive design build for the wastewater plant. Representing Nate Runyon, the Deputy Public Works Director for Water, and cohorts here from Jacobs. And Principal Fleshman, one of the neighbors of the wastewater plant, is also here, so. You want to go for the first slide? Oh, I got it. I do it. Excellent.
You're getting paid the big bucks, you might as well do the work.
Kind of what I want to go through, tell you why we're doing it, just if it's relevant to you guys, the scope of what the overall project is, and then just focus on those items that require conditional use. I also think the staffing report kind of hits those same items, so. First, on our purpose, this is a fairly significant improvement at the wastewater plant. It will help comply with the discharge permit as it continues to evolve for the lower Boise River. There's some significant changes happening to all the communities, so this will help with that discharge permit, improve water quality in Indian Creek, the lower Boise River, and the Snake River. Overall environmental benefit, and provides a capacity expansion, which allows for future growth of the city of Nampa, both industrial and residential, which you guys seem to know more about than most. All right, public benefit, the project benefits the community, and again, it's focused on the expansion of the treatment plant to deal with both industrial and commercial and residential. It is funded, I'm pretty sure most are aware of the significant pass rate for the bond that funded this project and others in this phase 2, and it's guided by a design review committee. Similar to you, they meet on a regular basis and kind of guide the city as they go through this process. So project scope, I'm a process engineer, so I'm just trying to make sure that if you have any questions, I can answer them. I don't know if it affects how you answer the questions. We're doing improvements to secondary treatment. That's what you see in the photo is a secondary treatment process. This is the biological. We're basically adding tertiary, which will significantly improve the discharge quality to Indian Creek. We're providing Class A recycled water, which will be pumped over to Phyllis Canal by the, kind of in the Fred Meyer area, right there where the canal comes by Fred Meyer's. There's basically converting the entire medium voltage system that supplies power to this plant and providing a new outfall to Indian Creek. So I have a little graphic here. It's pretty small, sorry about that, but in red, you can kind of see all the demolition, all the facilities that are being taken out. Blue is all the new facilities, and there's a light blue in there, which are basically modifications to existing facilities.
How do you maintain capacity while you're blowing up existing?
Excellent question.
I mean, that's just
These guys spend weeks talking about that, and they work with the staff, and we basically, a bunch of the way we develop the plant allows you to make changes while you're doing it. So you can go here while you're doing this, and then there are a couple instances where you actually have to stop flow for a few hours.
Don't say that out loud.
Well, you can still flow. The plant has about a 2-hour buffer,
Oh, I see,
maybe.
okay.
And so in the middle of the night, when it's very low
Yeah,
flow, you can get away with shutting things off for a very short period.
Don't flush at midnight.
Yeah. Which usually is fine. There's not usually a big problem with that, so. But it's pretty interesting because the flow is nonstop. I mean, the flow that's coming down the pipeline, so. And I'm sure maybe Nate can explain more if he wants to go into more detail on that. So specifically to conditional use, again, I'll let the planners kind of do their part too, but I'll tell you what I know. It's zoned light industrial. The light industrial has conditional use requirements, and 2 of them are activated by the work we're doing. One is sound. I've kind of paraphrased the code here to get right to the point. Any structure that would be hazardous, obnoxious, offensive by reason of emission of sound shall be treated as a conditional use. So I'm requesting conditional use. It's not clear that it's not hazardous. It's not clear that it's obnoxious or offensive, but I'm going to give you the information on what I know. At the request of planning, asked us to do a study, so we've done a study and we'll share that. Hazardous materials are required if you have storage above 200 gallons or more of hazardous chemicals. It requires a conditional use. We do trigger that one, and I'll explain all those ones, and they're also in your the staff's report. So I'm going to focus mostly on sound because I think that's the one that's probably more interesting to talk about and probably causes the biggest concern tonight. Just a couple items: design and procurement of this equipment is not finalized, so the actual numbers that I show you are not like the actual final numbers, but they're representative and they give you some indication of what we should expect. Hazardous noise is 90 decibels for 8 hours, 105 decibels for 1 hour. We are nowhere near that. I just wanted to make sure it's not a hazard from an OSHA standard. I think that's important to get to. Idaho Department of Transportation has a threshold of about 65 decibels. Daniel's not here, so he won't challenge. He won't challenge me, hopefully. But that's kind of a criteria for where they start thinking about whether a sound wall would be appropriate, and they do studies, and then they do it based on number of people who are impacted and how far it is to an outdoor usable space. So they have to be cost effective. But anyway, just another criteria. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, another question. So you're talking about the sound during operation of this facility or during construction of
No,
this?
thank you. Thank you. That's important. I'm focused on the continuous operation. So that there are several things that we're doing that will increase the noise of the operation of the facility. And in particular, we're going to talk mostly tonight about a blower building where we pump air into those secondary basins to feed oxygen to the bacteria.
Yeah.
And so those blowers are very big. We're putting in, right now, we're going to put in 4 850 horsepower blowers, and they will increase the noise level that the plant generates and will be heard by neighbors.
Continuous operation, though.
Continuous operation. So I'm not focused on construction noise. I was more focused on
Okay.
long-term impact. No one's asked me about construction noise, so. All right, so I don't know if you guys, I hear a lot of noise things, so maybe you guys are pretty informed on noise. It's maybe not as normal, so I put some charts in there for you guys to look at. Kind of, you can see 60 heavy traffic on the one on the right. You can see like a vacuum cleaner at 70. It's kind of a range. It's a little hard, I think, for me to quite understand, but there's no point where the code says you're too loud or you're obnoxious or anything like that. So I think that's why you have a conditional use permit. But we're going to reference to some of that range in that kind of middle range between 55 to 65.
Is that noise at the source of the noise, like the motor, or is that like 100 feet away or 200 feet?
That criteria, well, those were just to kind of give you a reference. We're going to talk about the usable space. So I'm focused really on Idaho Arts Primary Charter School because that's the only developed neighbor. It's the closest to the blower building, and they have outdoor space that they use obviously on a regular basis, like on a daily basis. So we're kind of focused on that outdoor space. And in this one, you can see, this is kind of explained, R1, R2, and R3 are places where we just arbitrarily picked points that we are going to project. M1 and M2 are points that we actually measured. We measured the noise there to kind of get some idea of what the ambient conditions are today. So I'll kind of go over that. And again, all the data is in your report, like pages and pages of data.
Yeah, right.
Because I wanted to be exhaustive, but I'm going to try to narrow it into the next 5 minutes, so to get to the end. This is just an example, basically ambient noise. You can kind of see it ranges there from 50 to 65. Those are all kind of different ways of measuring noise, like the loudest 5 minutes to the quietest 5 minutes, the average, and a weighted average. So if you look at it, the kind of the day and night numbers that we're seeing right now are kind of in the 55 to 57, if you would. So that's, again, just to give you a basis of where we think you are today as far as a noise at the fence line. This is at fence line. All right, so, boy, these are a little harder to see now, but hopefully you can see them in your package, but these are contours of the noise, kind of isopleths, if you would, of the noise at each of the locations. So now I can't read it. It was a lot easier on mine. So this is full load operation. So this is in the year 2040 when we have 3 blowers running at their capacity. And I think you're seeing, like if you look at that R2, there's an isopleth there, and it's looks like it's around 65 decibels. Thank you.
Like right in here, 65?
Yep, exactly. Yes. Thank you. So yeah, 65 there on the isopleth. And again, this is the full operations. You can see the R3 down there is somewhere around 55. Yeah, I think I'll get that one from there. That's helpful. So one thing is we did a couple other contours. I meant to mention there's 2 things that we're kind of adding to the application we made. One is we did more contouring once we knew more about the equipment we're doing, and we did this kind of low and high point. So these numbers are not exactly the same as the original application chart, but I think they're more reflective of what we're expecting to see. And they also include some changes after the plant superintendent and I met with Principal Fleshman. She has some concerns. We were able to implement some of them, and so we've kind of tried to do that. So you see a little less noise going off in one direction, but we're still having, if you would, some noise going up there to the north of the facility. But what we did is we removed openings on the north and east side, which is a good source, a bad source of noise, if you would, and added some insulation inside the building to kind of lower noise inside the building that gets out, and put sound attenuation on the inlet to the blowers, because that's a huge source of noise as those blowers are running. So these reflect those. This is full operation and with the new blowers and modeled. And then we also did a single blower, so that's kind of like starting up. This is like the lowest noise we'd expect with one of these blowers running. And again, these blowers run 24/7, so I think that's important. And you can kind of see the numbers are less, maybe 6 or 7 decibels less. And this is a summary of those numbers. You can see 65 at those 3 points that we just, again, modeled to show you. You got 65, 65, and 57 for full loads, and 58, 58, and 51 for the single blower. Again, it doesn't meet the standard of hazard, but we are increasing, I guess we're estimating that we're going to increase the noise generated by the facility.
Right now, there's just a bunch of trees that separate.
That's right. Yeah.
How much do those trees?
Summertime or wintertime?
It's like a civic matter, huh?
I think it has some effect, but I don't consider that substantial.
So putting more trees there is not gonna really be.
I don't think trees would be enough to make a substantial difference. When you stand where the blower building's gonna be, I mean, you can see the school, so. So, and again, I think this was one of the primary concerns for the school, was just the noise level in the play yard and whether that would interfere with their activities in the playground.
So when you talked about the other items that vacuum cleaner with so many decibels and so with so many decibel, what decibel would they be hearing? A vacuum cleaner or a snow blower or a car engine? What decibel level would they be hearing?
You
I pushed the
talking,
button accidentally on here.
Commissioner Kehoe,
Um,
you talking.
I can't read what it says though.
It's a decibel, I know it's not exact, but it's a decibel meter on my phone.
What's it
And
say?
him speaking is between 60 and 67,
Oh, okay,
just talking. So it's not like it's somebody screaming, it's,
right.
Yeah.
and I don't know if it's really accurate, but.
Yeah, and we got a speaker system, so I would consider this loud, if you would, for a normal room. And again, that's kind of why I think we're here, is just to kind of explain what we know. I think Principal Fleshman can talk about her concerns. We use the same, iPhone watches and stuff like that to kind of just give some indication. The actual M1, M2 measurements were done with real sound equipment with all kinds of wind attenuation and all that, but these are kind of helpful to get an understanding of where you
Good
are.
idea.
So again, I would say it's not hazardous, and we're kind of, I think we're open for questions, and I know you'll hear some more concerns too.
One question I have is, what started this whole ballgame? Do we need more capacity, or do we need to get different things out of the water that we didn't have to before? Like the federal government says, there's too much phosphate.
Yeah.
So you got to reduce that.
You have two things happening. You have, one is the permit changes, which are phosphorus and eventually temperature, if there's, if temperature load on the creek. So those are primary drivers, and nitrogen. Those are primary drivers for water quality. And then the other is to increase capacity for community growth. And when you look out to 2040, what this is being designed for, well, we need more capacity by the time we get there. So we try to incorporate that into every improvement you make, is that it's up to whatever the next planning period is.
So the federal government didn't have a whole lot of input into us having to do this. It was more growth of the city of Nampa.
No, they have plenty of input.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
The water temperature and the.
Yeah, those unfunded mandates that come down from the
All right,
feds.
that's what I was asking.
Yeah, not my area
I'll-
to comment.
I'll
I'll let you guys
now. I was part of the discussion when we first started this, and yeah, it's pretty significant.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Anybody
so,
have any questions?
do you want me to continue? That was noise. I can
Oh,
finish with chemicals if you want, unless you have questions. on
Christie's
noise.
shaking her head yes, so go to the chemicals.
Okay. Okay, sorry, here are some examples of things we are planning to do. Again, there are budget limitations, so that's kind of where we focus on the things that we thought were most effective and cost-effective. So those louvers on the left are kind of like what would be in front of these blowers to kind of reduce, those are kind of sound attenuating louvers. And then on the right, you can kind of see panels inside of different building shots there that just kind of help the reverberation inside a building, kind of lower it. All right, chemicals. We are addressing 5 chemicals in this project that we're adding. Although sodium hypochlorite is already on site and in a much greater quantity, we're actually going to remove the quantity and put in a smaller amount because the changes we're making. We're now going to ultraviolet disinfection rather than chlorine disinfection. So here's the storage quantities. This was another important change. I put some common use chemical comparisons, things that you might see in your household. I think the design review committee wanted to make sure everybody understood those chemicals are not directly the same as what we're using. We're using industrial chemicals at industrial concentrations. The hazards are not exactly the same.
An example would be sodium hypochlorite. We use household bleach at like 5%. We use 12% in industrial application, and they're significantly more dangerous, at those higher concentrations. But I still think they're helpful to understand that these are things that similar to what we do see. But anyway, that was an important thing the DRC wanted you to know. So, the DRC being the design review committee for the city of Nampa.
So that aluminum sulfate was 13,000 gallons?
Yes.
Where do you store the 13,000 gallons? That under the tank or something?
It's in 2 large tanks inside a building, and that is a large enough quantity that it poses a hazard, and so it has a sprinkler system. It's required by the code.
Is there a drain if one of those tanks starts to leak or something?
It is actually contained. We have requirements to contain the entirety of one tank plus the sprinkler load. So all that's contained inside the building. And also the offloading truck is contained inside the building. So if the offload truck has trouble, we contain that also.
Thank you.
And diesel fuel, I think, is pretty familiar to people, but the other ones maybe not as common for most people. And then some of the locations, just because it's helpful, just part of the map, so I added that in there too. I think that was in the application. Okay.
What about, and I've been out to this plant, and I was surprised at the lack of odor, but is that a concern?
I hear Principal Fleshman commenting.
Have you heard that as a concern?
From Principal Fleshman, yes.
Okay, we'll wait until.
For people who live closer to it, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say.
When I went out there and toured that plant, I was surprised that because I expected a lot more, but
Jeff, they knew you were coming and they reduced all
I
the
guess
smells.
so, I don't know. But
Yeah.
anyways.
At some plants, it's more a concern depending on how close neighbors are and stuff like that. At this plant, again, it's an industrial area next to a railroad. And it probably depends on the conditions on that day. So if you're there 5 days a week, you probably are gonna, you're more likely to smell than just one time, but.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No.
You want me to stay by or?
Please. This is a lot of information that I'm not familiar with, so I'm just going to go through code and try to explain code as it relates to this. All right, thank you, Commissioners. The action requested from you this evening is approval of a conditional use permit for the expansion of the use within the current boundaries of the Nampa wastewater treatment plant located at 340 West Railroad Street. It is currently in the city limits and is zoned IL. The property to the north is zoned BC, and it contains the Idaho Arts Charter School and some vacant land. To the south is the railroad tracks, to the east is future industrial development, and to the west is city fleet services and more railroad tracks. Access to this property is from Railroad Street, as you know. So applicable regulations, this is a conditional use permit, so you've got the 3 criteria that you should apply to this. The location, size, and design and operating characteristics of the proposed use will be compatible with and not adversely affect the livability or appropriate development of abutting properties and the surrounding neighborhood. The location, design, and site planning of the proposed use will provide a convenient and functional living, working, shopping, or civic environment and be as attractive as the nature of the use and its location warrants. That the proposed use will enhance the successful operation of the surrounding area. Some other codes that we don't normally deal with that I want to bring your attention to are the reasons why. He went over those. We need to have a conditional use permit for the hazardous materials, and then we also need a conditional use permit per zoning code because of the potential noise nuisance. Now, we'll refer back to the police code in this case. Code 675, there is an exception in our city code that states the following sounds are exempted from the provisions of this chapter. Sounds caused by activities upon any municipal, school, religious, or publicly owned property or facility, provided that such activities have been authorized by the owner of such property, facility, or agent. So that's something to keep in mind. So the only people, the only agency, the only department that had any kind of comment was the building department. They will be required, of course, to meet the Title IV building regulations. And then specifically the provisions in the IBC in regards to the hazardous occupancies. And they talked about sprinklers, they talked about containment, all of those things. So they do intend to do that. So he talked about the chemicals. One of the statements in the application said that only one chemical of the 5 that are to be stored will exceed the allowable limit of the International Building Code, as was the concern by the building department. And so they are going to put in a sprinkler system. Noise is, as he stated, modeling indicates that it would not be excessive and would not represent necessarily a hazard or offensive nuisance.
What was
However,
the one chemical, Christie?
Huh?
What was the one of the 5 chemicals?
Alum. Thank you. Comprehensive plan shows it as industrial. It is within the public interest to, there were 3 points made in the applicant's statement. 1, to provide a Class A recycled water as defined by the Idaho Administrative Procedures Recycled Water Rules. Provide a new pipeline and discharge to the Phyllis Canal for Class A recycled water, and to meet year-round total phosphorus limits outlined in the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, and increase the capacity of the wastewater treatment plant to meet the projected flows and loads in the year 2040, which you guys all talked about already. The conditions of approval are minimal. And there's your potential motion. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, there was a deadline for removing a lot of those, this phosphorus and things like that, I think. Is that still, did that change? 'Cause I know that was really putting a lot of pressure on the city.
Greg Thompson. The deadline in the permit is 2026 for phosphorus removal. Temperature requirements start in 2030. So that's why we're so excited we're all here, because we need to get in their construction. So we're trying to meet that deadline and be early enough for the plant to operate it before they have to meet that. It's a very stringent requirement. So
There's a lot of fines associated with it if
Yep.
you don't meet that deadline.
Yep, so we're trying to make it so the city has plenty of time to operate it. It takes a little bit of experience to get all the way there on this tight of a permit.
I was kind of hoping the last president would get some of these rules changed, but apparently he didn't. Okay.
Just
Are we to the public hearing section, Christie? We have 2, Lance and Kendall. I believe in ladies first, so Kendall, would you like to come forward? And Lance, we don't even want to hear from you.
I thought that was him behind the mask.
We know who's behind that mask. Is it okay if I remove this to talk
betcha.
to you? Okay. Would there be a chance we could put up our map, the sound barrier map, with the yellow lines? Yeah. Kendall Fleshman. I am the primary principal at 525 North Broadmoor Way, but my address is 12784 South Orenco in Nampa. So not only am I'm also a resident here. The study was done, let me stick to my notes. Thank you, commissioners. This is a thankless job, just like our board meetings. You have to make tough decisions and try to balance everybody's opinion and hear all sides and make the best decision for our citizens, or our board's making it for our students. I'm here tonight to talk about Idaho Arts, not just as their principal of 720 students at that, but I'm also a parent of one of those 720 students, which is my youngest. On August 13th, I was contacted and set up a meeting, and I met with Greg and Shannon, Greg Thompson and Shannon Jacobs. And then last Friday, I met with Greg again, and then I talked to Nate this Monday. I also want to thank them, Jacobs, and also Nate for reaching out to me and informing me of things as a principal you never thought you would probably understand or know or smell. And they have constantly monitored, I feel like where they place their, on the monitor I have is a little different from this, so I think that they redid this. Oh, I tried to get my little pointer, but look, it's not working.
Yeah, it absorbs into the.
I thought I was being so cool. Techie. Okay, so where my monitor stuff is, where the microphones were put and the, are a little bit different on mine, but construction was going on, and in this big field that is sitting to our south, there is now, and I don't know if you can circle, right in there, we have another wing that's as long as the other one. So we have a new 5th grade wing there, which we brought 120 students over this year. Our playground is sitting right where that kind of R3 is in the green. And so, and half of that playground area is now taken up by a building. So I would also ask that maybe we do a sound again, now that we have kids fully in the building, and we do have a serious issue even on all sound barriers. I talked to Greg and he said, yeah, in the middle of your U shape, like things were just pinging off of each other. And that is a highly echoed area. Like my envision when I did this, I wish I would have talked to other engineers, but as a mom and just a principal, I look and I'm like, oh my gosh, we just created the most magnificent courtyard. At the top is where our library is, and it looks out in this beautiful courtyard. And I was like, we're gonna have class out there. You can't. It echoes so bad. Like we were gonna have outdoor assemblies. Yeah, we can't. You can't hear because it's like, even though it's just too noisy and it's so distracting to the kids. So we don't.
It has nothing to do with the plant itself. It's the building design.
No, but what I'm saying is the sound in there is going to echo and impact learning.
That's
And
because
that
of
is
the
a
design of the
concern,
building.
the design of the building. So we've had to change
Right.
even our design. And now it amplifies. If you look at his design, it's actually going to amplify in there. And one thing I did appreciate going to the plant on the 13th is I was like, oh, this isn't going to be that bad. And there were times I had to say, Greg, like, we have to walk away from this. This is too loud. And we were like at 50. And I was like, I can't hear you this far away. How are we going to? Now my concern is we're on the playground and I'm yelling for a kid tackling another kid. Hey, get off. True story. Get off of him. They're not going to hear me. And I'm going to actually have to get off there, blow my whistle, something else to help this, that loudness. So we did talk about that, Sam.
Okay, the bomb won't go off.
Am I past my
No,
time?
no,
Because
no,
I'm only
no,
on
no,
page
no.
1.
Left over.
How many more pages do you have?
Depends.
Maybe your time's up.
I also wanted to talk about when they did the study. It did say that the high study of sounds was done at the start of school and the end of school. And so the most noise will be done when school is out of session, but we do have after-school programs. We have plays. We have so much things. Like right now we're doing Girls on the Run. I'm not leaving school till about 6 o'clock at night because if we don't get done till 5:30 with all the after-school programs. Number one, we've implemented this because of COVID. We need more time with our kids. Our kids spent way too much time at home, and we have greatly impacted our kids. And not knowing all the models, this is just a great representation of this. I want to make sure that we are able to look at this as construction starts, as they continue to build, when they put in a blower. Is that the best spot for the blowers to go, or could it be on the other side of the property where it may not impact the school as much? Plus chemicals, further away, maybe better. I did talk to Greg and he said, hey, we could probably even put it like a freeway barrier. That's not my job. Like, I'm here to educate kids. I'm gonna trust your guys' expertise and help us. The people that talk tonight, this is why we need it. We have to be a good neighbor. This is non-negotiable. We have to expand. So how do we do it where we can expand and not impact our kids? We're not going away. And even if we do go away, our charter or our kids, that building is designed for a school. There's no strip mall gonna go in there. That is going to be another school that would take it over in years to come because we're gonna be there a long time. Also I was thinking like, there are so many things I got to help design this, and I trusted the architect and all these things. I'm like, gosh, I wish I'd have done that. And you talk to people who build houses, and they're like, man, I wish I'd have done that. I don't want to do, I wish we would have done that impacts our kids. We should have done it. I want us to think of our future kids. And when this truly impacts us is going to be 2060, I'm probably going to be dead. But it might impact my kids, my grandkids, or my great-grandkids. And if it's not good enough for your child or your grandchildren or your great-grandchildren, then it shouldn't be acceptable. If you wouldn't put your kid in that school where the loudest place is, that they may even have some sensory issues. We are starting to see lots of kids with sensory issues. I have kids that cannot eat in a lunchroom of 120 kids because they're so oversensoried with all of the noise. And then we add that onto it. Sometimes the kids are even wearing headphones in their classroom because they're just oversensoried. And that's just an impact we have with some autism coming up and different things that we're working on with kids. And we have seen it a huge impact even this year because kids weren't getting the services they need at early intervention because we've been home. So that would be one thing I'm going to defer to you guys for that issue. The sound concern, and also with that center courtyard, we talked about, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but Christy talked about that nuisance. During the day, these are questions I have for you because I'm a teacher. I'm going to have you think. During the day, at what level is too much that impacts your kids' learning or your grandkids or your great-grandkids' learning? What is that noise level? What's acceptable to you? What is the limit of that acceptability of the nuisance per code? With those sensory issues, I would hope that you would take, and with our kids' learning, take that into consideration. Another thing that we have, this is not by any means their fault, but it could be going back to Commissioner Kirkham's comment about breaking wind and the odor and smell, like you didn't really notice it. We notice it every day. Epson, if you know Epson, it could even be those are not Epsons, but all of our projectors were Epsons, and we put them in 5 years ago. We opened in 2016 in August. We put them in brand new, and within 2 years, we had to start replacing our projectors. We sent them back to Epson thinking they were an issue. Epson has overhauled it. They sent it to all of their tech people, their scientists. They cannot figure out what is going on other than it's environmental. Now, mind you, we have our sewer plant and we have our amazing sugar beet factory. We sit in between them. I don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg. Like, that's not for me to determine, but something in our environment is impacting us. We would even consider, and I talked to Greg and Nate about this, wouldn't it be cool to do an environmental study and see if anything's really truly impacting our kids too? If they're causing, we call it the yellow ring halo of death, because if you were to look at your smartboard, it would look like somebody come and highlighted all around your smartboard, and then you can't see up at the top. So we call it the yellow ring of death, and something in our environment is burning the bulb, burning something, and they can't figure it out. They ship to schools all across our nation, but yet Idaho Arts in Nampa, Idaho, is the only one that has this issue, and they can't figure it out. So something tells you something, and I don't want to be the uh-oh, should have, could have. With the increase of population, we know there's going to be a give and take. So can we trust your expertise and experience to make sure that we have the least adverse effect on our children? Even when I'm gone, right now it's the cheaper way. We know construction continues to go up. Look at the supply and demand. Ohio people moving in. We are now like this new hotspot. I moved from Las Vegas in 2006, and I was like, thank goodness I'm out of traffic. And I am back into this traffic, and I'm like, good heavens. But I don't want to leave here. And I know we're going to have some growth and some growing pains. But I'm asking you to not sacrifice the students, the staff, my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, or even myself, and consider, is it good enough for your kid? Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir. It's because I made a comment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's why.
Oh, limited trees. I did have one for you, for the trees.
So my question is, and you can't do anything about it right now, but I'm just curious, why did you put a school there next to a sewer treatment plant?
My question exactly, which came first, the chicken or the egg?
And it's in an industrial zone. Why?
What was the thinking behind
Yeah,
it?
why'd you put a school right there?
Well, you guys approved it, to be one. The school land that we actually built on the golf course, we're at Fairway One on the Broadmoor Golf Course. Yeah, and we were the only thing out there, and then the church went in, and now all this industrial, there's actually going to be, to the north of us, 2 more industrial buildings, and then now I just heard, I think it was tonight, Mr. McGrath shared with me that it got approved to have high-end trailer parks, which I'm curious on what that means. But now that's approved to us too. Huh?
Chrome wheels.
Chrome wheels, yes. So, and at that time, like, we don't have an issue right now, but we've grown. This is an old building we knew we were bringing over 5th graders. Our expansion grant that we had continued to roll up. We ran out of room on our 5th Street. We knew we were bringing 5th graders over. We didn't do it until this year because now we're out of room at the other. We have growth issues too. The city of Nampa has growth issues. We have to do something, but let's do it in the best interest of our kids. They have land, we have land. Why would we just continue to increase and bring arts to Nampa in our community? You guys know our community. You work for it. You're on the commission. You know our poverty level. You know our families usually everyone's working. Our kids were at home.
Yeah, unfortunately, this area is just in a spot that.
And we're not moving because we love it here.
No,
and it's expensive.
I don't think anyone's expecting you to move either. I think we just need to find a
common ground because we need to grow
take care
together.
of some of the issues, because I know that treatment plant's not moving.
True. And neither are we. So guess what? We need to figure out how to work together. And I would challenge you, I was like, oh, that's not a big deal. It's not a big deal to have a dishwasher sound. It was. I could not hear. We had to move to a different spot. And every time I was like, okay, check your Apple Watch, check your decibel, check your decibel. That's fine. Like, I heard you guys ask them to exit. You probably were below 50. Why couldn't we continue the meeting? Because we couldn't hear each other. So think of that. I wish we would have decibeled that. That would have been pretty interesting to hear, because you guys were like, kick him out, shut the door, help me. And I know we were under those decibels.
We're also out of time, too.
Yeah.
He
It is-
asked a question.
But it is interesting why you went out there in the first place, and that does make sense. There was a nice golf course out there and lots of trees, so I get that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
And there's not a lot of trees. Like, we have some trees, but you can see
Right.
everything through the sewer. It's more like bushes.
Yeah, we've been out there. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lance, I'm sorry to tell you, but you already used up all of your time.
I probably used it up too.
3 minutes.
There's an opening there.
I wasn't sure that was you behind the mask, the hat's what gave it away.
I was going to say that the hat gave it away to me, too. Oh, I remember.
Oh.
Oh, I know who that is.
Oh, dear commissioners, Chair Kehoe, how are you? Thank you for being here this evening. See, it's not a thankless job, you've been thanked. Hey, how about that? I am Lance McGrath. My address is 920 9th Avenue South in Nampa. I am founder of the Idaho Arts Charter School. I'm also a Nampa resident, and I have children who have attended Idaho Arts. My wife also works over at the secondary campus. And I agreed to come along with Principal Fleshman this evening because I said, well, I'll make sure that my presence there will ensure that the commission is respectful and attentive.
You've changed since you've been here.
I have high hopes. I want to reiterate the statements that Principal Fleshman made regarding concerns for noise, also the desire for the enhanced wastewater treatment facilities that we do need for Nampa, and also the educational opportunities for the students that in our community, especially at Idaho Arts Charter School at the primary campus. One of the reasons that that site was picked, by the way, Commissioner Kirkman, is because it's straight down from 6th Street, from the main campus. So that's another one. It's real easy for the families to get across if they have children at both campuses. Some of the questions I had this evening have been answered. Appreciated the testimony from Greg earlier about the design and changes that have been implemented. Just wondering if there are also some other means of mitigating against the very subjective notions of hazardous, obnoxious, offensive, or unsightly conditions that could be associated with the facilities, if there are any planned minimization efforts, if there are issues at the school with noise, any kind of mitigation that could be planned for, because it would be cheaper to do things now and plan for them than to defer for a later time. Also, the measuring, it was nice to have the objective measurements with the microphones. I'd like to request that there be some additional monitoring as the work proceeds and as additional blowers are put in, and then that there be some considerations for additional installation, more sound barriers, maybe some quieter blowers, adjusted hours for peak flow, if there could be some RPM adjustments made on blowers during low usage, et cetera. And if there are other means of aerating, I'm not a wastewater engineer, but if there are other means to take on that challenge, I would be grateful for that expansive thought. And that is all that I have for you this evening. Thank you so much for your time. And if I had known it was going to be going this late, I would have brought you some 5-hour energy, which I think I had promised folks ages ago. But if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Lance.
Good to see you.
Well, where do we go from here? You know, and everybody says the same thing. We need to find a solution, an amicable situation or a solution that will satisfy both parties. And you know, to me, it sounds like it's going to be extremely difficult. We got to have the wastewater plant. It was there long before the school was built there. But you know, we try and be a good neighbor. We want to do what we can to help each other out. So what can we do?
Is there a perfect situation?
Yeah, is there a solution, a perfect solution to this? It's not gonna cost the city $10 million.
Well, that's my concern, I guess, is one of the primary things that Principal Fleshman asked was if we could move the blower building, which would directly impact noise.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem practical, not impossible, but not practical given the long-term plan of the plant. When you look at the amount of expansion you guys need to do through 2065, it's a very tight site, so we're trying to pack everything in. There's a plan for everything that goes there. So we struggled finding that solution. There are other mitigation factors we could use, but they start increasing in price.
Do we know what those prices are? I mean, you talk about a sound wall.
I don't have a price for a sound wall. I did look at other ones. Each of the ones we looked at were about $100,000 a piece. But each one of them has like a 1 decibel impact. You know, you have to kind of keep adding them up.
What's a piece? 100,000 a piece. How big's a piece?
Well, I'm saying each solution.
Oh.
So like.
It's like a piece of the wall?
No, like one solution was to try to insulate the pipe because that's a source of noise. Insulating all the pipe was about $100,000. We talked about more louvers, more sound attenuation. Each of those was about $100,000. We did look at putting an enormous amount of silencers on the blowers, but that makes the building get wider. That's way over $100,000, the building, because you start increasing beam size and stuff like that. So none of this is impossible. I think the problem is that Nate has a limited budget. I'll spend whatever he'll give me, but
I'm sure.
Obviously, as ratepayers for that sewer service, I think there's a limitation for what the city. So
And as a
I don't know the
taxpayer-
compromise. I've never had to deal with a school like this, so this is new ground for me, and I I don't know whether 65 decibels is acceptable or not. I mean, that's,
So maybe Nate could answer this question, or maybe not. But has the city looked at what it might cost to put a sound wall there or some other type of, he was mentioning he's throwing out $100,000 here and there, but we're paying him, so I'd be throwing those numbers out too if I were you.
Good evening, commissioners, and, yeah, Commissioner Kirkman. So we looked at that as with Jacobs, and I believe we were closer to $500,000 to $1 million to have any real measurable impact. And by measurable, that's what sound meter could measure, but would it impact your ear? You know, would you even notice the difference? And we took that to the city's design review committee. We have a wastewater design review committee made up of citizens and 5 citizens, both industrial representatives and community citizens, as well as 2 of the city council members. They've been involved with the design of this project since September of 2018. And, you know, they went and asked, well, what is our code say? And legal counsels came back and said, well, it's really about being a good neighbor. The legal liability, if you don't do anything, is
Negligible.
yeah, there's some legal term he used, but negligible is appropriate. So at that time, it was, you know, hey, we have a project that is going to be over $190 million, and this is a project that the city will be looking at adding an additional $20 million to, just to get the bare minimum done. And that's where it rested. You know, we're 20 million short on a $190 million budget that was set in 2017, and that's the battle that this design review committee landed on, is do what we can. And Jacobs went back and redesigned some of the building and other louver options, but at this time it wasn't brought forward to build a sound wall or, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Again, who knows if a sound wall will even work, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes you put a sound wall in, it just shoots noise a little further, maybe right into the middle of the courtyard, which would be worse, so.
They need to go over to Boise and ask people who live in the backside of the interstate, goes through the middle of town. They put a sound wall up there. How much good is it done over there? They cut down the traffic noise from the cars? I don't know.
So you looked at moving the blower facility, and it just messes up the old long-term plan.
Yeah. So the city, so to build out this site at 20, as Greg mentioned, at 2065 build out, you know, there just isn't the space. And we looked at moving it, and we could move it to the other end of these facilities, but you're gonna add another millions of dollars of expense to demo the existing buildings. I mean, if you can see the rest of the photo, there's other buildings on the other side that have other purposes. So, you know, and we're looking at repurposing those buildings, so we aren't spending more money and finding the best solution. And the other thing you don't see is you see the blue square on that side. Well, there's another blue square that comes down the page that's another one of those big basins. And there could potentially be another big basin as well. So the blower's location is logistically in the right spot as well. It's
Got it.
And yeah, you know, the school, it's, sure, we can throw money at it if that's, you know, and then if that's the city, but we just don't have the, yeah. I don't know what to say there.
It's like between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I think it goes back, I think Christie laid out the code and Greg gave a real kind of, what would you call it? But just that graph of the sound, right? I mean, a layman's measuring stick of sound and the code and that Christie laid out. I mean, those are the confines that I think why we're before you as well, because it's what is hazardous noise?
I've got a house full of kids, I'll tell you.
Thank you very much.
The timing on this conditional use permit, or the timing on this is what are we looking at as far as necessity and getting this done? Do we have time to, I don't want to hash it out forever, but, I mean, this is before us for a reason. Is it because you guys are on a time frame that need to get this permit done so you can move forward with whatever you're doing, or?
Yeah, great question. So we had hoped to be up in front of you guys in September. And
Okay, so.
as you're well aware, and as I'm aware now of tonight, you're quite popular. So we couldn't get
No,
on.
we're not
We could
popular.
not get on
The
for
city
like
could not get on there.
8 weeks out. And so what we're doing is we're trying to get our plans into the building department in November so that Jacobs can start construction in December. So we are up against the timeline, and the construction contract will be before city council on November 15th.
And the longer we wait, the more expensive things will get, and on and on and on, probably, so.
Yeah, for example, the city's carrying nearly $5 million of escalation costs just because Jacobs has contractors that are buying things, and those vendors will not commit to price in today's market. And every day so time is
money.
is a lot of money, I mean, you go 2 years ago that you would have been locked into a price for 3 months to go through such a process. Today, can't do it. So we're carrying $5 million just waiting to get things, because we're trying to move as fast as we can.
So in something like this, Christie, where there's an exception in our code for municipal buildings and things like that, there really isn't a way for someone who might be affected by the noise or whatever to come back and make a complaint against the city, because,
That is the police code. So the
Yeah.
police would exercise that
but
exception.
this would be an exemption to that. This would be an exception.
Right, the exception is in the police code.
Right.
So if someone were to call and complain, they would say, well, there's an exception for municipal buildings. So we won't go out there and tell them anything because it falls under that exception.
Right. So, yeah.
So it's
to get
really-
right down to the nitty gritty, they shouldn't have built a school there.
It's difficult. You can't say that now, because when they did build it there, it was, I mean, who knew the federal government was gonna come and say, you gotta get rid of all this and the growth that we've experienced. I mean, it's just a tough spot.
It is a tough spot. Okay. Anybody make a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Or second? Jeff, you seconded?
I seconded it.
Motion was made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries. Well, we're definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now, I don't know if there's any easy answer to this. As a taxpayer, my feeling is, hey, we were there first. But, then you want to try and be a good neighbor and try and do what you can, but it sounds like to try and mitigate the problem is going to cost a small fortune.
It's not gonna be small.
Yeah, all right, a fortune. I don't know.
Is there any plans for, I can't ask that. Are there any plans, can I ask staff? Do you know if there's any plans for ongoing mitigation type monitoring or noise monitoring by the,
You know,
I mean, we could put that.
We haven't really had issues like that up to this point, but we can put conditions on things.
It's like a regular intervals
Yeah,
to,
that they have to provide that information back to us, or that, we don't have devices to go out and measure that. We don't do noise studies. So
Right,
we
but-
don't have the ability to go and do that. So they would have to provide, or we'd have to have someone provide that information back to us on a regular basis, saying that they're keeping it at a certain level.
or at least, yeah, kind of, so just kind of monitor what that noise might be, and I don't know if there's anything outside of that that we could really do, but I think that's at least trying to make an effort to care. I mean, it sounds cold, I know it sounds cold, but I'm with Commissioner Kehoe, this is something that has to be done. It's mandated, it's something that we gotta do.
Oh, you're gonna give that to me.
Adam's very last motion he's gonna do on planning and zoning.
We asked the last group to put in a fence. Is it possible that we build a wall around the courtyard and put a door in it to try to mitigate the echo? And would that help?
That's a novel approach.
Then it becomes a prison.
I want this guy.
I don't,
Yeah.
yeah, and I don't think the city would pay for a private property to be mitigating a problem that they're not legally responsible for in the first place. Good try. But maybe that's what their answer should be, that, maybe they'll ask their parents or somebody, I don't know, maybe they can get a federal grant or something like that to do it. Well, gentlemen,
Well, I think that, I'll just go ahead and make a motion. So I move that we approve this conditional use permit for the City of Nampa wastewater treatment plant equipment and capacity expansion with potentially hazardous materials in an IL zoning district at 340 West Railroad Street to provide Class A recycled water in a new pipeline, meet phosphorus limits, increase capacity. For Greg Thompson representing City of Nampa, Nate Runyon, with all conditions of staff and conclusions of law. And I would like to add this one condition, is that on a regular basis, as much as possible, that you just continue to monitor that noise. And I think we just, as much as possible, be good neighbors to the school. Just keep an eye on that noise level.
Second.
you second that? Okay, Tom seconded it. Motion's made and seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Well, they saved the worst for last tonight, that's for sure.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Oh, yeah, hey, you gotta.
All right, gotta listen to this. This CUP will become effective 15 calendar days from the date of this hearing unless an appeal has been filed with the Planning and Zoning Department with the appropriate fee. No action shall be taken on this CUP until the appeal period has concluded. The applicant must confirm with Planning and Zoning staff that there have been no appeals. Now we are adjourned.